Yo, 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 yo. What's up, what's up, what's up? Give up the rock. And hello to my fellow revolutionaries. You know who you are. That's right. I'm talking to you if you are watching this right now. Woozle in the house. Happy morning, folk. Hey, I'm liking this. I'm liking all the variations on what's going on here. Yeah, solidifying the community. It's lovely. We've got community banter going on. Yeah, today, what is it? It's Thursday, the 15th of January, where I'm coming from. If you're coming to us from sometime in the past, another location on the globe, let me just say the future is bright. Haven't used that line yet this year. Have to recycle some of that material from 2025. Yeah, today we're going to be having a look at world affairs. It just continues to dominate the conversation at the moment, and yeah, it's riveting stuff. Let's be honest. So we're going to continue with what we've been doing all week now, I guess you would say. Isn't that right? Ninja Nurse sending gifts and love on the stream chat. Right, what's that from? Where did you find a gift like this? Huh? Is that a capitalist who's burning under that symbology there? Thank you very much for sharing. I hope you could see that in the corner there. A Ravy baby back for some more fun. It's good to have you. Hope Melbourne is doing well today. Jag, I'm not feeling so optimistic today. That's pretty unfortunate. I'm really sad to hear that. You might have to divulge as to why today in particular not feeling as optimistic. Has something happened, something that you want to share with the group? We can talk through it. Sup, people? Ninja Nurse, Lap Jeff, Greenland about to get hot. All right, there it is. It's some people saying it's the hottest it's ever been. Eh? It's so hot right now, and for a country that's literally covered in ice, you don't want it to get much hotter than this, ladies and gentlemen. And so this is what we're going to be speaking about today. Yes, it's happened. The Trump administration has gone head to head with its most formidable opponents yet on the world stage. The people of Greenland, or representatives of the people of Greenland, I guess. And they've had some type of meeting. I'm assuming it's in the White House. Maybe it's just somewhere in Washington, undisclosed location. And so, they came out of their talks about 3 hours ago. So it's still pretty hot off the press, ladies and gentlemen. And we're going to be listening to the Danish something, like a minister maybe, and like a representative actually from Greenland as well. So someone from Denmark and Greenland, basically debriefing with the press after their long-awaited meeting with the Trump administration. So we're gonna look at that. David, you're here. How are you? So many streams you catch these days. It's good to have you. And yeah, we're going to be unpacking the world events as they come to us live from the Imperial Core, being the US of A. What's this? US military intervention in Iran could come in the next 24 hours. So the speculation says. Yes, now there's a lot of counter stuff going on about this. Like Trump has recently been in a press conference in the White House speaking about another issue, some full cream milk act or something like that. The Americans have put, I'm sure I've not quoted that directly, but he was asked about Iran, and he mentioned that the killing stopped, and insinuating potentially that he might not have to do anything. But then you also have people speculating on this idea that there's going to be, yes, a strike in the next 24 hours. So I don't know if you can see that in the bottom. No, wait, I'm pointing the wrong way. In the bottom corner there, that's the stream chat in the Discord. So this is where we share our propaganda and stuff like that. So, acquaint yourself with it. Check yourself before you wreck yourself. If you'd like an invitation to that, here it is. So you can go and drop your own propaganda if you really want to. But yeah, I've seen some of this. Let's have a quick look at this, shall we, before we get onto Greenland. Real quick expose into what's happening there. Because yeah, conflicting information coming out. Like he's literally just said himself, like he's gonna strike Iran. he'll make the call about striking Iran if they continue to kill people. And he's saying now that people aren't dying anymore. And then you've got this stuff. And this is coming from an Indian source. So I don't know what's to go with the old Indians on this one, what type of propaganda they're spreading and for what purpose. But we'll find out. So US intervention in Iran could come. So you can actually read that. Could come in the next 24 hours, says European officials. United States has forces across the region, including the forward headquarters of its central command at Al Udeid in Qatar and the headquarters of the US Navy's Fifth Fleet in Bahrain. Now, Al Udeid is in Qatar, and it's the biggest military base the US has in the region. So amid reports of US withdrawing some of its personnel from key bases in the Middle East, European officials believe a military intervention in Iran is imminent. Two European officials told Reuters that a US military intervention appeared likely, and one saying that it could come in the next 24 hours. An Israeli official also told Reuters that it appeared that Trump had taken a decision to intervene, though the scope and the timing had yet to be made clear. So there you go. This is how we deliver global politics in the modern age, unilaterally and with decisive force from our imperial overlords. Also, like the YouTube stream, fighting capitalism one click at a time. There it is. I've seen similar posts across multiple sources. Yes. And isn't it funny, like everyone's all got the inside scoop on this one. Where was an inside scoop on Venezuela, can I say? Where are all the experts on Venezuela? Why are they all coming out of the woodwork now and calling that it's going to happen in 24 hours? Like, if we've learned anything, is Trump keeps us all on our toes, and like it's fairly unpredictable what he's going to do. So is this part of some type of strategy of confusion? Is this filtering to the Iranians somehow? Who knows? The proof will be in the pudding, I guess. After testing the waters with the bombing of Iran's nuclear sites and later with Venezuela, Trump realizes that there is no restraint on his power to attack whomever he wants and for whatever reason. I think that is abundantly clear, if nothing else, right? Have the signal chats leaked yet? Yeah, well, that's a fair point, isn't it? Because that's where they do all their important strategic discussions, in their signal chat groups, right? Ooh, sorry, just copied in the editor of the Wall Street Journal. Sorry. Hey, security breach. Sorry. Let's take him out of the chat so we can continue talking about how we're going to wage war indiscriminately on the world. Yo, what's up? 4AS in the house. How you going? Today we're going to be catching up on the latest developments in the world affairs that we've actually been looking at for the entirety of the week now. Like I said, there's been some interesting developments on the Greenland front. We've had delegation from Greenland come to the US, to Washington specifically, to speak to the Trump administration. So I'd love to know what their opinions are coming out of that, because there's been a lot of talk about Greenland, and it's all been talk on behalf of Greenland and Denmark and the US, I guess, for the most part, and everyone's doing the talking for them. It'd be good to hear what they have to say for themselves. Man, I'm looking up to the next podcast recording. I have no idea how the convo will turn out. Give up your geopolitical clusterfuck. Yes, and like teaser, hey? Looking forward to it. Yes, it should be interesting, right? Should be very interesting. It covers all of this stuff, doesn't it, for us? So the podcast coming. JAG, NATO countries and Canada are also reportedly sending troops to Greenland. So I have heard. Germany's sending in the troops. The Europeans are doing so as part of regular military function, it would seem. This is nothing out of the blue. It's got nothing to do with the current timing of threats from the US. It's just run of the mill. I saw the clip of Trump as well talking about Greenland, where he's like ripping on their actual defense forces on in the territory, and he's like, they got like 2 sleigh ducks. Like, like what the fuck? What do they got? How are they going to resist US pressure with two sled dog units, or not even units, just 2 sled dogs, I think he said. That's all they got. They got nothing. They need the US. They need the US so bad, so hot. All right, let's have a look, shall we? I really want to get onto this. This might be a little bit grueling. I don't know. Maybe the Greenlandic and Danish people or diplomats are riveting folk, but I'd like to hear what they have to say for themselves about their meeting with Trump. Let's have a look.
Okay.
Netherlands had sent out flyers and info to citizens on how to prepare for invasion/war maybe 2 weeks ago. How to shelter, what to stock up on. Wow. Really? Wonder what sparks that. Eh? What's going on there? Interesting. I wonder if you can get access to those flyers. I would like to know, how do you prepare for an invasion and war? All I've prepared for was COVID, and people were killing each other to get their hands on toilet paper. That's what I've experienced so far. I would like to know more.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen from the press. Minister Vivian Motzfeldt and I met with Vice President Vance and Secretary Rubio today. We came here following a number of, how should I put it, remarkable public comments on Greenland and Arctic security.
How shall I put it without offending the Americans, which is very easy. Be careful. This is the Trump age. Remarkable comments. That was very diplomatic. Eh? Very diplomatic.
Our aim was to find a joint way forward to increase Arctic security. What can the Kingdom of Denmark do more? What can US do more? What can NATO do more? The Kingdom of Denmark has already stepped up our own contribution by committing additional funds for military capabilities, not dog slates, but ships, drones, fighter jets, etc. And we are definitely ready to do more. The US has already...
Is this the long game? Really? That this is what the US wanted? They just were like the rest of Europe, how they've been pressured into spending more of their GDP on military spending. Is this really what this is all about? Like, Trump just wanted the people of Denmark to send drones over to protect Greenland. Hey, we're not protecting Greenland. Now, you've already got 2 sled dogs over there right now. We don't want to spend the money on it. I don't think that this is the same ploy as getting the Europeans to fund or spend more of their money on NATO. I don't think this is it at all. Ravy baby. A gaming streamer I watched had one arrive in the mail, and he read it on stream. Pretty similar stuff to other countries' directives for their citizens who are in conflict. That is crazy. Man, what a stream that would have been.
Wide military access to Greenland. Under the wide military... The US has already a wide military access to Greenland. Under the 1951 Defense Agreement, the US can always ask for increasing its presence in Greenland, and therefore we wish to hear if the US had any further requests to make in this aspect. We would examine any such request constructively. Greenland is, through the Kingdom of Denmark, a member of NATO and has been that since the very founding of NATO in 1949, and is therefore also covered by Article 5. We have been pushing for quite a while in NATO for a stronger collective role in Greenland together with a number of allies, and we are eager to work with the US on advancing this agenda, and we are prepared to go further. Therefore, our aim was to find a common understanding on all these points and to launch, if possible, further in-depth work to deliver on them. On this basis, we had what I will describe as a frank but also constructive discussion. The discussions focused on how to ensure the long-term security in Greenland. And here our perspectives continue to differ, I must say. The President has made his view clear, and we have a different position. We, the Kingdom of Denmark, continue to...
He's clearly shaken. Don't you reckon? Did you see him at the start where he got the paper out? Like, maybe he's just, I don't know, doesn't have it together as much these days or whatever. It was like a bit shaky when he was holding the paper, right? But like, yeah, damn, he's rattled. He's rattled, eh? Maybe fabricate a threat. The EU will have to respond and use technology or forces that they have been hiding from the US, thus exposing their hand. Then America can argue that they've been leaving NATO because they can argue they are leaving NATO because the rest of Europe is holding out on them. Oofed. That's an interesting theory, isn't it? Hey? Force the European allies to do something. Get them to come out of the woodwork a little bit. But I don't know, man. Like, it seems quite clear that the US intention is, it's not just about, like, with NATO, like they've got continental Europe as a battering ram or a bulwark against any type of rise of Russia. Russia's not going to expand out, and like if it tries to, then it's going to be kind of grinded down by the Americans directing Europeans to send their sons and daughters as cannon fodder and throwing it at the Russian machine to slow it down. But like Greenland seems just like another option. It's basically a blank slate. Like I know there's like 60,000, let's say, to be generous, 60,000 people inhabiting the island. We can call it an island. But like it's pretty much up for grabs in terms of a context now in the 21st century where you have rising powers in that area that are challenging the world order of the 20th century, because America kind of just did whatever it wanted to do and contained everybody else. Now, yeah, Greenland is important as a territory. It's not just whether or not it's secure. It's got way more strategic importance than as long as the Russians don't get it or as long as the Chinese don't get it. It's way different. It's like people that are debating Antarctica at the moment. Like basically the international community just slices Antarctica into 1,000 pieces and divides it amongst everyone. But there are some people that are talking about seriously, claiming Antarctica. That's what's happening in the Arctic region right now. For ages, it was just a frozen hellhole. Just let the Russians. Don't worry about it. Not like anyone could do anything with it anyway. And now it's up for grabs. It's really up for grabs. I don't know if this whole security thing is going to be enough. Also, how does Russia fit into all of this? The EU will be sandwiched between two conflicts on either end. So how does America benefit from an advancing Russia? I don't know. I don't know if it's really advancing. That's the point at the moment, is to trap them in. And Greenland just seems to be another piece in that puzzle of how to contain them in. If the Americans unequivocally take Greenland, it's not like the Russia's going to fuck around with that one and find out. But they have fucked around and found out with Ukraine. And so America's banking on the fact that if it has an American flag on it somewhere, that Russia will stay away from it, because everything else is disputed European territory that's up for grabs, right? Outside of that, this seems to be more territorial than simply some security issue. I don't know if the Europeans are reading this situation right, I must say.
Believe We, the Kingdom of Denmark, continue to believe that also the long-term security of Greenland can be ensured inside the current framework, the 1951 agreement on the defense of Greenland, as well as the NATO treaty. For us, ideas that would not respect territorial integrity of the Kingdom of Denmark and the right of self-determination of the Greenlandic people are, of course, totally unacceptable. And we therefore still have a fundamental disagreement, but we also agree to disagree. And therefore we will, however, continue to talk. We have decided to form...
Like when it comes to these type of bureaucrats, like I've dealt with these people for such a long time, like you got to read between the lines with what these guys are saying. Like you don't want to offend anyone, especially with a situation as tense as this. He is saying quite clearly they do not agree on this. He went into a meeting just then. I think you are 100% right here, David. Like he just came out of a meeting and Marco Rubio and fucking JD Vance sat on the other side of the table and were like, we are going to take fucking Greenland. You get to decide if it's going to be the hard way or the easy way. It's just the same Trump line already. And they're just like, do you understand? We want it. And he's kind of like, hey, I've been sent here by the king. And like, hey, let's talk, baby. Like, don't worry about security. We're this covered. Europeans are coming over. We're going to have a party and watch the coastline for the Russians. Don't worry about it. And they're like, you don't understand. We want Greenland. And right now, you got a whole population of people that are sitting on our land. You got to start to see it like this. Do you understand me? And like, we're getting the soft version from someone who's trying to be bureaucratic and diplomatic.
Therefore still have a fundamental disagreement. But
we have a fundamental disagreement. Yes. Yes, you do. And it is rather fundamental. Oh my God. Mr. Orange is a madman with clear cognitive decline who is easily manipulated. I don't think his priorities are America at all, considering he knows he will not be around much longer. Interesting. Diz Jizz. Trump 2028, baby. So good. So good. Oh man, did you see the footage, Diz Jizz, of him saying that in like Air Force One, and like the press are asking him questions about it, and he's just like, yeah, I think I could be an option for 2028. And Marco Rubio behind him like bursts out laughing. He's like, fuck off. I'm gonna be the next president, asshole. Rubio's gonna fucking push him out of a plane, out of Air Force One eventually. Ninja Nurse, the only thing I can think of is if Russia advances into Europe, the US can launch an offensive on the other end of Russia, maybe securing a military presence on the east coast of Russia. Well, they've got it, right? They've got Alaska. And then could you imagine if they had Greenland? They would actually have two ends of Russia contained by US territory. And then they would have NATO underneath it. They've got Turkey, like kind of underneath it as well. And so like they've got it contained. They've got it contained. Like it's just, it's masterclass risk board, world chessboard kind of stuff, all of this. It's incredible. You should ask your research assistant about the flyers in Europe that Ravy Baby mentioned. I will. I want to get through this, and then I will ask about these flyers from the Netherlands. Well, even if Trump can't live forever, but Barron is obviously being groomed as his royal successor. Not if Marco Rubio has anything to do with that. Hey, he's Latin American royalty, and he's going to use America to reclaim glory for the old ruling classes of the Americas.
We also agree to disagree. And therefore we will, however, continue to talk.
He's telling you, we agreed to disagree. They just went into that meeting, like Marco Rubio and JD Vance is like, look, we want fucking Greenland and we don't give a shit what you say. How are you going to play this out? How are you going to do this, buddy?
We have decided to form a high-level working group to explore if we can find a common way forward. The group, in our view, should focus on how to address the American security concerns, while at the same time respecting the red lines of the Kingdom of Denmark. We expect that such a group will meet for a first time within a matter of weeks. And then I will pass the floor to my colleague from Greenland, Vivian Mosfeld.
Thank you so much. Not repeating what already been said here, so I would like to say something in my own language, because there are many people in Greenland that follows, and for that I hope that you will allow me. So asasakka nunaqatikka naringiraartamas marinnaasusi ulloq uatsinnut pissanganarsimagoq oqaatigilagari ullumik ataatimiineq ingerlalluarsimammat aamalu inimi ataatimiifigisatsinni.
Weekend at Trumpies, they're already suspending him via a series of pulleys and strings. Well, he's actually not there, is he? And that just doesn't that speak volumes to the way that the world is really run? It doesn't really matter who's in the fucking hot seat. There's an agenda behind it, and it moves. It moves in the interests of kind of the corporate classes, donors, lobby groups, the people that set the agenda and run the think tanks that write all the policies. I thought we'd get Canada as our 51st state, but we'll take Greenland instead. Hey, don't rule it out. Canada will be your 51st state. It's just a matter of time, right? Weekend at Mar-a-Lago. Wouldn't it make more sense to support Ukraine? That way they could use soft diplomacy to establish a military intelligence presence literally on the doorstep of Moscow. See, that's an interesting point. I don't even know if they actually care that much about the Ukraine, right? Like, Trump's been toying with the Ukraine a lot, and I think it just shows you, I think the Ukraine is not really actually an important point of contention for strategic interest. It is literally just about kind of, a war of attrition on Russia, and just like from the American perspective, and just like kind of keeping them at bay, or like keeping them occupied, and like sapping their resources as much as possible. And so, like, if they eventually take most of the territory, I don't think the Americans give a shit. I don't think they care at all. Oh, you got the booklet. This is the one. Oh, here it is, 4S. It's in Discord. Look at that. It's right here. We're going to have to check that out later. You don't even need... we don't even need to search it. We got it. Who knew The Hangover was an Epstein documentary? America doesn't want Canada. They don't want that many progressives messing with the electoral college. That's hilarious. Yeah, but if you consolidate it just as one state, then you really limit its power in the electoral college. That's the trick. Don't allow it to come in as like 5 or 6 states or something. It's just one state. Good. We can send Disjus to the front lines since they seem so eager for conflict. Yeah. Hey, I can't. I have bone spurs. Don't worry about it. I'm sure they'll find a good and adequate use for you somewhere along the line. With Greenland, the US will have Canada surrounded on all three sides. With Greenland, the US will have Canada. Yeah, that's a fair point as well. Like, yeah, why bother with Canada as the 51st state right now? If you take Greenland, like, Canada is completely encompassed itself. And so, like, what is it going to do? Who are you going to call? It's got Alaska. It's got Greenland, then technically, I guess, from the other side. Is that right? Yeah. It would be surrounded. Where else are you going to go? Going to go north? Good luck with that. Surround Russia on both ends, just in time for Trump to hand everything over to Papa Putin. Ooh, is that what you think is going on here? We already have Canada. They are just being brats. Come on. You said it before. You were like, I thought they were going to be our 51st state. It's not that obvious yet, but it's coming. It's coming. We'll actually touch on that later. I found a piece earlier that speaks to this, with French President Emmanuel Macron being the first person to actually stick it up to the Americans, where everyone was like, Trump did this last week. He called again for Canada to become the 51st state, and everyone was just like, let it slide. And Macron was kind of like, this is unacceptable behavior. You can't do this. And Trump's like, what are you gonna do? Canada is like California if it was cold. Yeah, I guess that's fair. And if like half of them spoke French, fair enough. Like, you're talking about like politically and culturally, right? Nah, I'm just being silly. But I wouldn't put anything past a regime like the current admin. LOL. Yeah, fair enough. All right, back to our friend speaking in Greenlandic. I don't know what's called.
Атаққиқатигиинеқ ааллаавигалу оқалеқатигиинери ингерланнеқарсимаммата массаккуллу
Anyone translate?
сиумусаммисимик
Anyone?
оқалеқатигиинерит ингерлаққиннисsaанут аққутиник
turned off.
уярлеқатигииниссатсиннут исимақатигиисималлута. I think that our meeting today and our commitment to find the right path
Gunboat diplomacy is back on the menu, boys. So good.
is something that gives us to be able to see forward, and by saying that, I also committed on what Foreign Minister Lars Løkke Rasmussen already said. So thank you for that.
Thank you. And then I think
She seems like, it's hard to tell, right? She just looks upset all the time. Like, her resting face is kind of like terrified. It looks like, well, maybe that's just her expression coming out of that meeting. But like, he looked rattled. She looks like, she's seen a ghost. And so like, they've just come out of a fucking, like, a hardcore meeting. They're two Americans that think that they're God's gift to global politics, JD Vance and Marco Rubio, who were not so diplomatic, let's just say, I'm sure. Con J1, how much longer till Australia is the strategic land to take? Yeah, I know, right? That's the dilemma's existential crisis. Like, when will Australia become important and worth, being talked about like Greenland, right? It's coming. Will be us stuck between Trump and 11 Jinping. What's 11 Jinping? I've missed the reference there. I would like to know more.
we take a few questions. Tom from BBC. Yes.
Thank you very much, Congressman. Just first of all, you talked about the working group. Can you just give us a sense of what this means now? So what has actually been
So hard to hear.
to do next, despite this, as you described it, fundamental disagreement? And you mentioned the dog slaves. In terms of what you've announced,
She's bringing up the dog sleds.
when you
So good. That's a fucking contentious topic, that one, the old dog sleds. That's for sure. Oh, G. Okay. I used that was just a typo. Radio. Oh, 11 equals G. Why does 11 equal G? Am I missing something here? I assume. If you're watching this on YouTube right now, you know who you are. Hit the like button and subscribe if you haven't already. But yes, definitely hit the like button. It helps with search and discovery. Australia is trying not to be noticed in the corner, sitting on all the resources Trump is invading for. Hey, Trump don't need to invade. Remember when we had that meeting last year? Albo went over, finally kissed the ring, etc., etc. We signed a contract. We signed our minerals away, and the US are coming in. And are going to basically, we've signed over contract rights to the Americans. They get access to all the minerals, all of the processing of said minerals, and they get to decide economically how it's going to be used. Those were literally the terms of this agreement for Australia's rare earths. So, they've locked it in, Eddie, for the time being. Oh, it's Roman numerals. Ah, okay. I get it. I get it. What's this? Hobo Joe 605. They saw JD Vance and now they're scared of his death touch. Yeah, I'm assuming that's a reference to him and his eyeliner and his like former gothic self, right? If these new speech laws go through, it gives Trump a real strong position to appeal to the left and right of Australia. Interesting. Oops, did I say Roman? That might not be allowed much longer. Someone might feel fear from it. I fear toga parties with footballers. Does that count? Oh my god. Wow.
How does that make you feel?
Come on, BBC guy, ask the
Well,
question.
that's actually quite a few questions at the same time. Well, I have known the
MAGA Minaj called JD the assassin. LOL. That's a bit scary though, as well, isn't it?
president for quite a while. Also in.
All right, what did you say?
It's actually quite a few questions at the same time. Well, I have known the president for quite a while, also in my former capacity as prime minister in Denmark, and I know his approach. But I must say, and even though he addressed things quite differently from what I would have done myself, there's also always a bit of truth in what he's saying, not about the dog sledge. Well, we also have dog sleds to our special forces. That's the way to,
We do actually have the dog sleds. Hey, we checked it. They have the dog sleds. From what we understand, the dog sleds, I think we saw a bit of this yesterday. The dog sleds themselves, they cover a lot of territory, apparently. Like, they go off on these missions, these specialized units with dog sleds, and they're gone for like 2 weeks, and they're traversing hundreds of kilometers in operations, just like, I don't know, securing Greenland territory or making sure nothing untoward is happening across the landscape. They're like crazy stuff. These are legitimate things. They're not to be joked about.
Otherwise, you couldn't come around in the northern part of Greenland. But I must say that, of course, we share to some extent his concerns. There is definitely a new security situation in the Arctic and the high north. All of us, transatlantic, took the peace dividend years ago, and we have the vision of keeping Arctic as a low-tension region. That's probably
so. There's a trans-Arctic kind of alliance, or let's say a group, a working group. So all of the Arctic countries got together and like formed this, I don't know, yeah, like a working group. I want to say like a couple of decades ago, and they just speak about Arctic affairs. What the fuck that is, but like he was saying that they took out a peace dividend, so they're trying to keep that as a peaceful area on the world stage. But like they're responsible just for kind of maintaining it. They run operations there, they do scientific research in the region, all that sort of stuff. Now, interestingly enough, I think 10 years ago now, maybe a little bit less, China actually got status as a viewing member of this trans-Arctic cohort, and so like they wanted in. They understood that the Arctic is going to become important, and they've been watching and part of this group as like a viewing member for a while now, and they've been watching the policy decisions that are being made and discussions that are happening at that point. So like for all intents and purposes, China is actually an Arctic country now, and so that's what he's talking about there.
also why US themselves have decided to have a much softer footprint in Greenland. During the Cold War, at some stage, they had 17 different military installations and military bases. Now they only have one. They had like 10,000 personnel in Greenland. Now they have around 200.
We watched a documentary last year in a stream, and they had a lot more bases in Greenland. The Americans pulled out, and we were watching them do operations from their current base. There's actually Denmark were doing some operations in kind of coordination with the US in one of their bases. There's their space base that's left over in Greenland, but they had 17, and they showed footage of like an abandoned military base. So like the US were there, and they took off, and now they want the whole place back again. And that was Cold War stuff, again, to contain the Soviets at the time, but keep the Russians in place, let's say.
That's not our decision, that's a US decision. And now the situation is entirely different. and of course we have to respond to this. The big difference is whether that must lead to a situation where U.S. acquire Greenland, and that is absolutely not necessary. I mean, we have the long-lasting diplomatic relation, the longest-lasting diplomatic relation with U.S. that any U.S. ally has, 225 years in a row. And we have a perfect framework which could be used. And therefore, to answer your question, even though we wasn't so successful that we
You did nothing. You didn't convince
that we
anybody.
reached, a conclusion where our American colleagues said, "Oh, sorry, it was a totally misunderstanding."
Nice one, buddy. Nice one. We have just heard this crazy Danish diplomat make the allegation that there has been diplomatic relations between Denmark and the US for 200 years, and it is the longest diplomatic relations that any country has ever had with the US. Very briefly, can you confirm or deny this? It's not exactly correct. Denmark and the United States have had long-standing diplomatic relations since 1801. There you go. 1801. But they are not the longest continuously operating diplomatic relations the US has ever had. Denmark-US diplomatic relations were first established in 1801 and have generally continued since that without interruption. US has had an older unbroken diplomatic relationship with Morocco. The fuck? The Moroccan-American Treaty of Peace and Friendship of 1786, widely regarded as the longest unbroken diplomatic relationship in US history. Ha! Caught you out, buddy. Hey, we got him. That's why they don't want to speak to him. Hey, Rubio and JD Vance, because he's full of this type of stuff.
Give up on our ambitions. There's clearly a disagreement. We agreed that it makes sense to try to sit down on a high level to explore whether there is possibilities to accommodate the concerns of the president, while we at the same time respect the red lines of the Kingdom of Denmark. So this is the work.
I have been in so many of these government-style meetings. I can tell you right now what they're saying if you don't understand the subtext. Like, they have had a meeting and none of them agree. And like Denmark has, like the King of Denmark, the government there, they've just said, look, we are not giving this up. Trump has said to his boys, we are not giving up on this one. And the best thing that bureaucrats can do is like, let's set up a working group on this one. A working group, it'll come up with a report. There'll be an executive summary that everybody reads. They won't read any of the actual report or anything like that. They'll send some emails. They'll have lunch. They'll stay in a hotel somewhere, and nothing will come as a result of this. This is what you do when you have two parties that can't agree. You agree to have a working group until the real leaders come into the room and duke it out, and then something actually happens. They've just been like, this has been an absolute waste of time. Nothing has come from this.
We will start. Whether that is doable, I don't know. I hope, and I would like to express that it could take, down the temperature. We have now had like 13 months with this ongoing discussions in social media, and this is actually the very first time where we could sit down at a top political level to discuss it. And it was a great opportunity also for Vivian and I to go up against the narrative, because it is not a true narrative that we have, Chinese warships all around the place. According to our intelligence, we haven't had a Chinese warship in in Greenland for a decade or so. So from that perspective, it was a very constructive meeting. As I said, frank discussion.
Why was there a Chinese warship there a decade ago anyway? It seems a bit out of place if you ask me. What the fuck's going on there?
Among equal partners, and now at least we have to give it a try. Do you want to add anything?
No, I think it's very important to say it again, that how important it is from our side to strengthen our cooperation with the United States, but that doesn't mean that we want to be owned by United States, but as allies, how we can strengthen our cooperation, it's all our interest.
Yes, Kim.
Yeah, thank you very much. Of course, I would like to ask this question in Danish, but let me do it in English here
Yes.
because of our colleagues here. Do you see any compromise ahead of you? You said it a little bit. Could you elaborate a little on the possible compromise that there would be between the president's wish to acquire Greenland or have control of Greenland and the red lines that the Kingdom of Denmark has?
I think you just asked if there's going to be any compromise.
And
Could you see a
also
compromise
tell us
between
just a
these
little
two
bit
parties that
about
actually won't agree on
the approach
goddamn anything?
that the Americans had to this meeting? What was their primary goal, as you see it? Was that
Good question,
to reach
actually.
that end goal, or
What do you think was the actual primary reason of this meeting for the US? It's just to say that they had the fucking meeting. Hey, we tried to talk. I can see JD fans saying it now. We've tried to talk with these people.
Was it an open discussion of how do we solve the security situation in the Arctic?
Well, first of all, I don't think this is the proper place to elaborate on what could be a compromise. The whole idea and the reason why we asked for this meeting was to turn public debate in a very, black and white kind of setting into a discussion where there's room for nuances. And therefore, I'm pleased, even though we do not agree whether this is doable, while we at the same time should respect the kingdom's red lines, at least it is productive to start discussions at a high level. And then we have to see whether we will be successful or not. I would say, and that is probably in comparison to some of the public debate, that the meeting took place in a very constructive atmosphere, where we also had, as I said, the opportunity to at least challenge the narrative presented by the American president. And I think that is a necessity if we want to have a proper debate. It was basically about security. I mean, and as I said, even though there's not an instant threat from China and Russia, at least not a threat we can't accommodate. For instance, Chinese investments, we have avoided that due to close cooperation between Greenland and Denmark.
There wasn't a threat. Oh, that was interesting language. He said there's not a threat that we can't accommodate. Interesting. The Danish diplomat that we are currently listening to, who has just stepped out of a meeting with Marco Rubio and JD Vance, has claimed that there hasn't been a Chinese warship near Greenland in 10 years. Can you verify this claim and potentially provide reasons why China would be in this region with a warship in the first place? I am intrigued by this, I must admit. Because the question really has been for me is okay, where the security thing is just a complete utter farce, right? There mustn't be any base for it. I wonder what they're basing, if there's any basis. I wonder if there is any basis to any security threats. And I would just assume that was coming from Russia. Accuracy of the diplomat's claims. Senior Nordic diplomats, including Danish officials, have publicly rejected claims that Chinese or Russian warships or submarines have been operating near Greenland in recent years, saying there's no evidence of such military presence. This rejection suggests that if Chinese Navy have been anywhere near Greenland's waters recently, it has not been verified in intelligence briefings shared by these officials. This is from the Financial Times. These are the sources. However, that doesn't necessarily prove a warship has never come anywhere near Greenland in the past decade. Only that there is no confirmed presence or intelligence indicating regular Chinese naval operations close to Greenland right now. That's from Reuters. Why people talk about China in the Arctic at all? Even if the Chinese warships aren't operating near Greenland, there are reasons China is interested in broaden Arctic region. Yeah, but that's not what I was talking about. Bottom line, the specific diplomatic claim that there has been no Chinese warship near Greenland in 10 years is not independently verifiable from public information. Interesting. But lady, is that a blank comment? I don't think I've ever seen a blank comment before, unless you're being censored. Indoctrinathan, how are you? It's good to have you. Ah, right, I get it. This is part of some type of emoji. How you going? Confirmed by Nordic officials, no current. Yeah, look, why? Strategic interest doesn't equal naval presence. China may have broader Arctic ambitions, but those have so far shown up more in research, economic, diplomatic activity. So there really is no reason for the Chinese to be there with military vessels, like scientific research vessels, commercial shipping. Go for it. That's just weird.
You saw like 10 years ago the Belt and Road Initiative with an idea of Chinese investments in infrastructure in Greenland. We avoided that. So there's no, Chinese presence in Greenland. But there's a concern. Will that be the case in like a 10 or 20 years from now? It will not, because our Greenlandic friends have introduced investment screening schemes, etc. And Denmark, is by all means on the right side of history. And therefore we will also continue to do what we already have done. We have been stepping up. We have allocated almost $15 billion within just the last couple of years to capabilities in the high north. We have been pushing among the Arctic NATO states for a bigger NATO engagement. Honestly speaking, and now I can only point fingers at the former American administration, US has historically been a bit reluctant. Hopefully that will change now. There's a dialogue within the NATO framework, and we want to step up. And hopefully that could also accommodate some of the president's concern. But it's not that I'm now, saying everything is solved. It's not solved. We didn't manage, but and honestly speaking, I didn't believe that was doable. We didn't manage to change the American position. It's clear that the president has this wish of conquering over Greenland. We made it very, very clear that this is not in the interest of the kingdom.
What type of social political structure, some type of civilization or society conquers, eh? That's the language of the empire. That is, they want to conquer the Greenland.
There's a government in Greenland with support from 3/4 of the Greenlandic population. The premier made it very, very clear yesterday that Greenland, for the time being and for foreseeable future, will remain within the kingdom of Denmark. And therefore, this is a common position that we want to work with our American friends and allies, but it must be a respectful cooperation and it must respect the red lines. Should we take a very final question and then, yeah, come on. There's a fight going on now about, okay, yes.
This guy's the best. Oh, come on. Grow up. You're like children.
We can do that afterwards. Yeah.
Both of you. So you say you have had a constructive meeting. You said in Greenlandic, I could hear the translation, it was a good meeting. But how do you feel about going out of that room?
They're asking the Ninja Nurse question. Actually, the David question too. She just asked that lady. She's like, okay, you said it was constructive, but how do you feel coming out of that meeting? Because you both look awful. Like, look at their faces right now. Oh my God, they look so disorientated.
Off the table. So we still have the American administration that wants to have Greenland being part of the United States. And you say, Lars Løkke Rasmussen, that, well, we hope that we can find a way. But how do you actually feel? It can't be very sort of securing, is it?
Vivian?
No, you take that one. Hey, good luck. Talk about your feelings.
I think that it's never been so important to initiate that we are allies. We are
Dog in the house. How you going? Choosing Denmark? Does that mean, like, from what they were saying before, they're like, at the moment or for the foreseeable future, they're choosing to stay with Denmark? What are the options? Am I right? Am I right?
We have been incorporated in that. I think that it's never been so important to initiate that we are allies. We are friends. We have been incorporated in many years. We have history together. So it's all our interest to find the right balances. So I don't think I can say it longer than that. Of course, we have work to do in the future, and for us the most important is that you find the normalized relationship we used to have, and it's very important. And I think that we have initiated so many times where we stand and our geopolitical and location and everything that is very important, and we do it as an ally, and we do it of course it's also our interest that Greenland's positions and how we do it, that you do it on behalf of the allies. And yes.
Her feeling is, I thought we were friends. Can we just not go back to the old times? Remember we used to just hang out in the military bases and stuff like that? Look at the stars. Hey? And now they're all like agitating. This is bullshit. Pizza Tracker is currently at DEFCON 2. What's Pizza Tracker? What is this? What is this? We're about to find out. Oh, no way. This thing? Get fucked. Really? What's this? No way. Papa John's Pizza had a spike? That's hilarious. Okay, correct me if I'm wrong, Indoctrinathan, but like, there's this measure of like what the CIA might be up to, or like, let's just say the Pentagon generally. They might be about to engage in something because in the middle of the night or at weird times, pizza orders go up in the areas surrounding the Pentagon, meaning that there's a whole group of people somewhere in the Pentagon that are about to pull an all-nighter, like when they usually do some massive type of operation. So, yeah, it tracks gay bars in the area too now. It does. Are you serious? That's hilarious. Bilateral threat monitor. Oh my God. Status, nothing ever happens. This is crazy. It's on DEFCON 2. Next step to maximum readiness. That's mental. Pizza Tracker. Oh God. Project 2025 is 51% completed. They'll be ramping it all up. What about Chinese food rates? Yeah, I know. I don't know. That's a good point. Like, what about the other types of cuisine then? I don't know. It doesn't feature on Pentagon Pizza Index. This is crazy.
Yeah, that will be the final question. That would be the final question.
Mark Sloan from Sky News. Can I just ask you about the emotion of this moment? What did the administration, what did Trump's team say to you when you presumably
told them that you can't just take over a people. You can't just take over.
What did the Trump administration say when you presumably told them they can't just take over Greenland like it was an option?
And acquire a nation. Was there any discussion about, did they appreciate that perspective, or for them is this simply about security?
I think that what we have been saying, that the meeting is been on a respect way, and we have shown where our limits are, and from there I think that it will be very good to look forward, and this high level group that is going to work together. As I'm already saying, that it's all our interest to find the right path. It's all according to the security in northern hemisphere. So
it might be in your interests. I don't think the US gives a shit.
I don't want to say more than what we discussed in the closed meeting room, but I would like to have this. How do you say it in English? Hope for a more mutual understanding and trying to find the right balances is equally from all countries.
She needs a translator. Her English is terrible. You know, she's done pretty well, actually. I bet you she speaks about 3 languages. So, like, so far, like, she found it. I was wondering where she was going with that. How do you say this in English? I hope. Yeah. Thank God. That's all you can have at the moment. You can't reason with the fash. There it is. There it is. Hey? What's the implication there? The Americans, like, as a state, even as an administration, but like as a state, as an entity, are fascistic? Hey, say it ain't so.
It is, of course, very emotional for all of us, and of course, particularly for people living up in Greenland, but also for people in Denmark. We have 17,000 Greenlandic people living in Denmark. It sums up to like 1/3 of the Greenlandic population. We have a lot of Danes living in Greenland, more than 1 out of 10, which just emphasize that Denmark and Greenland are, integrated, and it has been that for centuries. And we look at ourselves as U.S. closest allies. I've had this discussion with the president previously. In Afghanistan, we had exactly as many casualties as U.S. And I know very well that, the future is not necessarily about the past, but I think it is important also to have the past in mind. And we are eager to fulfill our promises. And even though our view on the situation right now around Greenland differs from public statements in the U.S., we share the concerns in a long-time perspective. And we want to work closely with the U.S., but it must, of course, be a respectful kind of cooperation. And we both took the opportunity, of course, also to express that it is not easy to think innovative about solutions when you wake up every morning to different threats. Whether that will have an impact, I can't say for sure, but I can only say that it is in everybody's interest, even though we disagree, that we agree to try to explore whether it is doable to accommodate some of the concerns while at the same time respecting the integrity of the Danish kingdom's territory and the self-determination of the Greenlandic people. Thank you.
This is a land grab. It's not really, like, security is the premise, the pretext, like, whatever you want to call it. Like, Nicolas Maduro was the head of a cartel, eh? What is it? Cartel de las Solas, which was found out after he was apprehended that it actually didn't even fucking exist, and they admitted that afterwards. But like, security is just like, yeah, we're worried about Russia and China. Yeah, why not? Eh? I know they're obviously going to try and take Greenland, but they have no plans to take Greenland. Yeah, well, they're going to do something, so we better do it first. Oh, yeah, fair enough then. When you say it like that, you can't argue with it. Dilemmas for a country that hates kings like America. They should act like a monarchy. LOL. Oh, maybe they're finishing off their old project. They're going to go after the Danes because they haven't let go of their monarchy yet. This is actually the continuation of liberalizing the world and getting rid of the old feudal order. They're actually doing humanity a favor here. Okay? It's the Trump weave. Her English is terrible, but okay. How's your Danish? So Greenland is the big ask, the distraction. So what's the actual play Trump is going to do next? I bet it has nothing to do with Greenland. Trump is using Greenland after Venezuela to direct focus. Oh, there's a couple of, again, things on the burner at the moment, don't you reckon? Eh? Maybe Iran's still there. My Danish is non-existent. That's why I don't give press conferences in Danish. Also impressive she knows all those languages. Wasn't having a go, just observing she could have had a translator. And that's a fair point. But instead of talking, it's a weave for a continental takeover. What continent? Which one are we talking about here? Actually, they actually less like a monarch and more like a late emperor, the late emperors of Rome. There it is. All right, so that's it. That was the press conference. So really, the long and the short of it was like, look, we had a meeting. We said, we are not giving you Greenland. Stop talking about it. And the Americans were just like, we are going to have it one way or another. Do what you will, but you're going to have to start to come to terms with this. Just say it. You're going to have to start to come to terms with this one. All right? Give you some time to think about it. Get back to us. Can we establish a working group? Maybe come to a compromise. Yeah. We'll set up a working group. Give us a call. We'll send you some people. But like, just be aware it's coming. And then that was the end of the meeting. Pretty much. Danes, stop it. Stop. America, no. It's pretty much, stop it. Stop. The Americans, Trump wants America to control the whole north and south of their continent. Oh, like continental, like, yeah. Merging the south and the north continent into one formidable wall that cuts off like the world, right? You can't go that way. You're gonna have to go a long way around. America controls that whole block there. It's an interesting strategy, that's for sure. All right. Monroe Doctrine. The Monroe Doctrine. It comes up a lot these days. It's interesting. And the Monroe Doctrine was really about, for the most part, telling the Europeans to fuck off out of America's backyard and keeping European colonialists away. So then everybody knew that America was going to be the colonialists in that part of the world. It was especially directed, I think, at the Spanish, because they had so much of a presence in Latin America, obviously. The French had been in the US as well, obviously, and so had the British, obviously. But like, it was really at that time pointed towards the Spanish. And they were like, look, just let go. This is ours now. And so now the Monroe Doctrine extends to the Arctic region and points to the Arctic region that were not tabled earlier. Backyard, like they own it. Not that there are humans already living there. Pizza at DEFCON 3 now, LOL. Oh my god, are you watching the pizza? Oh my god, it is. Increase in force readiness. That's crazy. Intel by the slice. Oh wait, this is connected to Polymarket. Are you still here, Jag? Check that out. It's connected to Polymarket. That's crazy. Trade geopolitics on Polymarket. Oh my god. Extreme pizza has had a bit of a spike. I can't believe they're actually monitoring this. Hilarious. Yeah, there's Domino's is quiet. Nobody likes Domino's anyway. Extreme pizza has had a spike. And Papa John's. Interesting. Status, nothing ever happens. Real-time doomsday clock tracking 30 high-impact risk markets. 21, nothing ever happens. Kameni out or as supreme leader of Iran by 31st of January, 21%. It's crazy. DEFCON 3. My God. The irony of the doctrine. What do they call it now? The Don Row doctrine, is it? It's the Don. It's Donald's doctrine. All right. Well, that's it from the press conference. That was a bit of a nothing burger, wasn't it? I don't know what I expected them to say, but I thought they'd be a little bit more passionate about it. That it's like, no, please don't take Greenland. Please. And they're like just so chill about it. My God. All right, let's have a look at this. This is something that put forward by Voltator recently in Discord. So let's have a quick look. This is from Forbes. And this has been coming out now. Like these billionaires bet big on Greenland. Hey, now what we were discovering last year, look at Buff Bezos, right? Look at that guy. What we were discovering last year is there's this push called there's this thing called the network state. And the network state is this idea. It's kind of like this libertarian fantasy, but it's kind of promulgated mostly by tech bros. And I know that offends some people, the term tech bro, but I really do mean these type of people, like billionaires in tech in Silicon Valley and persons of that nature. Let's just call them the billionaire class generally. But the tech people of that variety have come together and started proposing these things. These, like, think of them as like libertarian cities. So they're private cities, and like they've already bought land around the world as kind of consortiums. They buy shares into these projects, and then they actually start building these private cities around the world that are, there's one in Honduras, for example, and like it's got a $150 million buy-in. And so basically it's a city where you can go and do business with other rich people and stuff like that, and all your dreams and desire are looked after. You've got these beautiful penthouses and luxury villas in this tropical paradise, and like it's basically an underclass of Hondurans that just go in and clean up after you and do all the menial tasks while you live a life of luxury as some type of ultra wealthy king, I guess you would say, aristocrat in this weird society. Now, it's not just in Honduras or like tropical locations. They've also spoken about doing this in Greenland. And this is where it actually started. We started investigating this from that perspective last year. These tech bros, these network state, it's called a network state for a reason, because it actually comes from online. They have this network of people online who come together, and the idea is that this group of people online form a community online. Then they pool money together, and in the physical world they start buying up land, and then they start conglomerating the land, and then they seek their own sovereignty. Like, this is legitimate, okay? So they conglomerate enough land, like they put together a whole block in an existing city or something like that. They buy out the entire block, and then they seek sovereignty. They say, look, we want to actually eject ourselves from the rest of the country and become our own sovereign entity. This is a legitimate thing. So in Honduras, they negotiated with the government there, and they're semi-autonomous, almost like Greenland to Denmark kind of thing. They've got sovereignty over this island. So like, if you wanted to go to this island, I can't remember what it's called. One of the projects was called Praxis. I can't remember what the one on Honduras was called. But like, it's its own sovereign territory. It's like, if you wanted to go and kill someone there, like they'd sort it out themselves because they have their own laws. It's probably another way to avoid tax. They all go there and they've got their own tax laws and stuff like that. So they probably are able to, siphon money over to this place in Honduras somewhere and not pay any and tax anywhere. But they've been speaking about doing this in Greenland. Greenland is, it's pristine land. It's probably gonna be affected by heating in that part of the world sooner or later, and prosper up. Fucking thank you, prosper. Yes, my God, it's crazy. I thought we would be done with these conversations, but they just keep coming up. And so, like, this is legitimate. And it would seem that, like, and everyone's just like, oh my God, look at these billionaires. They're betting big on Greenland. Like, hello. These guys have been speaking about this for a while now. They've been speaking about this. Like, Peter Thiel's behind this type of stuff. He's a big investor in the idea of the network state. And so, like, this is part of their outlook for humanity. They're looking to eject themselves from society. They're billionaires, multi-billionaires, and they want to recreate society in their own image. And, like, they've got there's two things as part of the network state. There's this idea of exiting society. So like this, like you just create a city from scratch in like Greenland, in Honduras. You negotiate with some poor country or some country that doesn't have any power. You bribe them with a lot of cash, and then you get your own sovereignty within an existing state, or you stay in place, which is the other element of the network state. And then you pull your resources together and you influence a government there to allow you to have sovereignty within their country, which is exactly what you could argue that these tech bros are doing right now with the Trump administration. A big influential element behind the Trump administration is the tech bros, is Peter Thiel, especially. He was one of Trump's initial backers when nobody else backed him after the Access scandal in his first run for presidency. Everyone started abandoning him, and they were like, he's never going to win. Peter Thiel steps in from the shadows and just like, I'll back your brother. How much do you want? Got his checkbook out, and the rest is history. And so the tech bros are doing the two plays of this idea of the network state. You create cities outside from scratch, or you seek sovereignty by basically buying a government out. And they're definitely doing that with the Trump administration. And I'm not even going to argue. I'm not arguing here that they're not going to be doing that with any administration, but they're definitely doing that. They've definitely done that so far with the Trump administration. And so like these, like people are jumping on top of it now and are like, oh my God, the billionaires, they want Greenland. It's just like, fuck, this is where it started. Actually, this conversation started there. Whoa, 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 whoa. Careful with that derogatory language. Tech bros is offensive. Yeah, I know. How dare I? I was pretty surprised at that the other day. But like, fair enough. If people just use it to call like, some like an IT dude slaving away in, I don't know, Silicon Valley somewhere as a tech bro, and like he's trying to take over the world, then like that's not the type of use that I'm going for. But yeah, yes, you're right. Whoa, whoa, whoa. How dare you say tech bro? Peter Thiel, Blood Boys, that Palantir takeover. So like this is a legitimate thing, ladies and gentlemen. And so like people are jumping on it now. So let's actually see what Forbes has to say about this as the official spokespersons of the rich and powerful that control the fucking world. Let's see what Forbes has to say about this. Because Volta put this in Discord the other day. I don't know if Volta is here today, but we're going to read an article that relates to this and see if there's anything. I'd say it's used more for the young vibe coder types more than some old man IT homie. It's so good. Some old man IT homie versus the chill young vibe coder that's down with the Dark Enlightenment and some Curtis Yarvin. Hey, so good. The young vibe coder. You're probably right. But like they're the aspiring tech bro, aren't they? Like one day they're going to be Jeff Bezos kind of thing. So like they probably are aspirational tech bros, but they're not my tech bros. That's for sure. According to AI capitalists, woke identity politics, tech bros is a slur. It's like when Elon Musk hisses when you say sis. That's so funny.
Following President Donald Trump's initial interest in the US acquiring control of Greenland, some of the world's wealthiest individuals, including Jeff Bezos, Bill Gates, and Michael Bloomberg, started making significant investments in the mineral-rich island just months later. Ronald Lauder, heir to the Estee Lauder fortune, is credited with proposing the idea of acquiring Greenland to Trump during his first term, as confirmed by former White House National Security Advisor John Bolton to Forbes.
See that?
Lauder has since invested in an unprofitable Greenlandic freshwater bottling company, per the Danish newspaper Politiken. Since 2019, Jeff Bezos, Bill Gates, and Michael Bloomberg have invested in Kobold Metals, an AI-powered exploration company searching Greenland for valuable rare earth minerals used in electronic devices. The OpenAI CEO Sam Altman became an investor in Kobold in 2022. Billionaire Elon Musk has also repeatedly supported US annexation of Greenland. In early 2021, PayPal and Palantir tech titan Peter Thiel funded the startup Praxis, which aims to build a technologically advanced quote-unquote freedom city on the island.
This is Praxis. That's the one. Freedom City. It's part of the network state, baby. That's the one. This is what they're talking about. So like there's obvious investment purposes. Hey, everybody wants in on the fucking rare earth minerals. Nobody wants to process it though. Everybody just wants to stake a claim over rare earth minerals. Like they don't exist over the entire planet. Like they're and everywhere. And everyone's just like, oh, quickly stockpile. These are mine. These are mine. It's like, yeah, okay, but what are you going to do with them now? No one's really talking about how they're going to be processed, but whatever. But like him. It's Praxis, baby. And Praxis is a real thing. Go and type it into Google. You can check out the website. They've got a place that they're looking at in the Mediterranean. But they're also looking at this like, you know, flashy. It looks like a glass city in the ice. And like Praxis is up there. Peter Thiel and the boys. Drinking Bloody Marys. Sipping on Bloody Marys. And looking at the dog sled races.
Trump heightened the discussion around taking control of Greenland for quote-unquote national security purposes, stating publicly, quote, "We need Greenland," after a military action in Venezuela. The speculation intensified when White House advisor Stephen Miller declined to rule out military intervention, which prompted European leaders to reaffirm their support for Greenland's sovereignty. Subsequently, Secretary of State...
Did they, though? Like, we spent the last 3 days listening to spineless, and I mean that, spineless people from Europe be asked questions by reporters like the chief of NATO. What are you going to do if the US attacks Greenland? Well, you know, we are in high level discussions about that. I can't really comment on that right now. It's just like, hello, you will object to that strenuously. Strenuously, I object to that, and I will physically do something about it if it occurs. Like, just say it, man. Everybody wants to hear you say that that's bullshit. It's a shit go. The US shouldn't be doing it. And we even heard like the head of the EU, the European Union's foreign policy head, or chief of foreign policy, yesterday, again, asked point blank, same question. What are you going to do if the US invades Greenland? And she was just like, we've got a fucking working group. We've got a working group and we'll get back to you, Barry. It's just like, come on. Just say it. Like, yes, we will defend our neighbors. Fuck the US. They're not even in Europe anyway. We need to look after ourselves here as a collective, but they won't do it. They won't do it. In Europe's like pretending that they're going to like start sending troops over to look after Greenland and stuff. We've just heard the Danish representative being like, oh yeah, we're happy to work on security. If that's what the Americans are really worried about, we can do a bit of that. Hey, come on. We would cry. Please don't, USA. They sounded so already beaten. What, those two that we listened to? Yeah, they didn't look very confident. To be fair, I guess all the EU wouldn't even stand a chance against a quarter of the US military. But like, what a war. Like, what a thing to fight over, right? The US would have to really, really contemplate that one. And it's not like the Europeans, like as a collective, don't have their own nuclear arsenal. Like they could combine here and be like, Europe's out of bounds. If you want to do something, you have to do it diplomatically. If you touch any of us, then like it's fucking on. And like like Americans would have to think twice about that. Like even if they have an impressive military, like there's going to be a lot of casualties on all sides. Is it really worth it? And like if anything, some aggression like that, if the Europeans are really smart, we've talked about this, if they were fucking smart enough and they could get their heads out of their corporate assholes for a second, they would actually turn to Russia at this point and be like, look, I know we've had our differences in the last, 15 years. We were going all right before that. But, if we kind of come together on this one, protect each other against American imperial aggression, what do you say? Let bygones be bygones, eh? That'll do it. That'll do it, I'm sure. Yeah, fighting allies just over land is wild, especially a potential nuclear war. Yeah, there's so many factors on this one. And everyone's just like, what are you going to do about it? Those Americans, eh? The only reason Trump has gotten to this point, to the point he has, is by making neoliberal douchebags look like idiots. Not going to lie. It's not hard to make neoliberals look like douchebags, though, is it?
Marco Rubio and Speaker Mike Johnson moved to minimize the idea of military action, with Johnson dismissing it as, quote, not a thing. Arctic expert and associate professor at the Royal Danish Defence College, Mark Jacobson, views Lauder's Greenland investment as strategically aimed at gaining influence with decision makers rather than having economic substance due to the involvement of some of Greenland's political leaders. He notes a recent rise in American presence, possibly due to new direct flights between New York and the capital, Nuuk, making it hard to distinguish tourists from those with strategic investment interest. Yet, after Danish Prime Minister Mette Frederiksen labeled the concept absurd, Trump abruptly canceled his scheduled state visit to Denmark. The issue resurfaced during his third presidential campaign. In a December 2024 post naming his Danish ambassador nominee, Trump later declared that U.S. ownership and control...
Talking about it on the plane. Have you seen the footage? It's actually pretty funny. It's so Trump. It's so goddamn Trump. He's asked. He's on Air Force One. He's been grilled about Greenland.
It may be known.
It may be known as nothing. Show us the footage. Here we go.
Greenland, basically, their defense is 2 dog sleds. Do you know that?
This is the comment that everyone's talking about. So funny. Here's the one. Say it again.
Danish claim to this Arctic jewel that lies in their Western Hemisphere.
In Greenland, basically, their defense is 2 dog sleds. Do you know that? You know what their
Look at her. Smug bitch. Huh? She's like, how do you like it? He just made fun of their dogs. Such a fucking low blow, but hilarious. My God. What made you think America hasn't already made the same deal with Russia under the table? Dun, 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 dun. Like what deal? Like if they attack Europe, Russia will stay out of it or something? Is that what you mean? Or like Russia and the US will combine to crush Europe. If it's the choice of USA or Russia running to Russia, if it's the choice of USA or Russia running to Russia is a terrible choice. They can't even take care of their own, let alone other nations. Yeah, he even tells the CNN reporter she's from fake news. Classic Trump. Yeah, I know, that's his default option. Look at her. Such a smug fuck she is. Yeah, but that's the thing. I'm not saying run to Russia as in protect me, daddy, Russia. I mean more hey, we have a shared interest here. The Americans are aggressive to both of our interests, and we are actually strategically located. We are neighbors here. We all have a continental interest in seeing a thriving Europe. Let us put our differences aside to cover each other, security guarantees against any type of American intervention, like direct intervention, on Europe or any of on any European nation. Basically, they could do that. I'm not talking about them running to them to like as a protectorate or something, but like security arrangement, like NATO. Like if the Americans attack any of us, then like it's on, baby. Remember that video I sent you about the military comparison between the US and the rest of NATO? It covers Greenland's existing defenses. Yes, I've got that on the list. I'm going to check that out. Let's have a look at it. Yeah, look at him. Such a smug prick.
Fences, 2 dog sleds.
2 dog sleds.
No.
Like we looked at it, like from what we could tell from publicly available information, yes, they don't have much there. Like I think they had like 200 active security forces spread across the entire, like this is Denmark. They've got 200 security forces, like on average, spread across the entire landmass of Greenland. And the Americans have about 150 people stationed at their space base. Now, those probably aren't soldiers. They're probably people from like NASA and organizations like that. They're like maybe military personnel, but they're not fucking, boots on the ground soldiers. But like the Danish don't have a large force there. They really don't. It's really fucking obvious. Unless they've changed in the last couple of days, which, there's discussion that they have been. They're ramping it up. Just very dangerous allying with Russia at all. Didn't go so well for Ukraine's independence. And they just wanted to be NATO. They weren't already. Look, again, allying is a strong word. I'm just saying, like, there's literal American aggression, right? Literal American aggression against Denmark. Like, it's not on the fucking edge. Like, it's in the heart. Like, it's right in the center, right? Like, it could be anyone that they're threatening. And so, like, in the face of that, like, you might have to reconsider your options here. Like, America could decide to do that to any of them. Just be like, hey, we are interested in this, and if you don't like it, we'll just fight you for it, kind of thing. So, like, they might have to reconsider. Like, this stuff is fluid. World politics is absolutely fluid. And in the modern age, like, everybody's redrawing their battle lines. I'm not saying that they have to be allies, but like they could come together and both of them realize that their security interests actually align now. That the real rogue state in the world that is dangerous is actually the US. And they could probably settle Ukraine over this. I'm telling you, they could probably settle Ukraine over this. They'd be like, look, we're getting threats from the Americans now. I know we set up NATO to fight the Soviets and thus by extension you evil Russians, but like maybe we need a new treaty between countries, and we'll figure out our differences in the meantime. Let's settle Ukraine and let's like kind of combine forces as a unit, and then that would outright stop American aggression against Europe, like that, and like everything else would have to be settled through diplomacy within Europe. I think the Europeans can do that. That'd probably be better for their economy anyway. It'd vitalize stuff. They'd actually, be able to focus on their economic issues instead of just being pressured by the US since Trump started back, second term, whose agenda has been literally, like, we've heard Secretary of War Hegseth say it to them. He's like, you guys aren't paying enough. You guys start ramping up your military spending. You guys have fucking taken NATO for a joke for so long and allowed us Americans to pay for everything. Not happening anymore. They're ramping up their spending anyway. And so, like, it's not a great deal. But it's like, let's talk in terms of deals, like Trumpy boy loves to do. It's not a good deal. Being with the Americans at the moment is not a good deal. We're just telling everybody what to do. And they are. So, like, maybe they could get more out of a deal with Russia. If you dance long enough into the night, you'll see everyone change partners. Interesting. An interesting analogy there. I like that. Just the posturing could be enough of a deterrent. Yeah, I'd like to at least hear what Russia can bring to the table. Worth a discussion. Like, this is a thing for the Europeans, honestly. They got to figure this one out. Like, because right now, I really feel like Europe is getting the raw end of the deal here. Like the Russians are pushing for their strategic interests, and they're going to keep pushing out as far as they think that they've got a defendable position, just in case there is some type of aggression from NATO, and they'll just do whatever it takes to gain a strategic advantage. And like, they're only being propelled to do that because, again, they think NATO is, a threat to them. And who's behind NATO? Like, it's not like the Europeans get to make a call ultimately with what happens with NATO. The US has complete control over NATO. They are commanders in chief. They get to make the final call. So, like, maybe the Europeans should think about it and just be like, you know what, we're gonna decide what our security interests are. Especially if we're gonna spend all this money now, ramp up all this spending on military stuff. We'll decide what's in our interests from now on. Because, like, when NATO was formed, like, Europe was fucked. Like, it was completely fucked after World War II, and they needed the US. I'm assuming it appeared that way anyway. They needed the US just in case the evil Soviets, who were their allies, like literally, 2 seconds ago, allied with the Soviets to help bring down the Nazism in Europe. And then, like, 2 seconds later, it's like, oh, by the way, they're actually your enemies now. And they're like, oh, quickly, help us, America, help us. And so, like, I think it's definitely served its purpose. It's time to find a new deal. Time to find a new deal. That would be ideal, but I think the Soviet mindset is still too strong in Putin's government to accept losing territory in Ukraine. At least that's been their position in negotiations so far. Again, like I said before, you can renegotiate. I know the Ukraine's going to have to be used as a bargaining tool here, but, like, you might even be able to settle it if it was just the Europeans and the Russians. No American interference there, trying to figure out what to do with the Ukraine. They might be like, look, we're going to have to settle on something. And, like, let's, moving forward, after this, talk about security guarantees between all of us. Like, let's set this one out in stone. Let's do it. NATO 2.0 minus the US. See you later. Hell, when NATO was formed, Russia joined at first. Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? They could still come round, maybe. Yes, that's the problem for Russia. Ukraine wanted to be NATO. Would you want US weapons on your border? I swear Putin is a psychic. Yeah, like, why would you? Why would you? And, like, that was always the agreement with NATO as well, that it wasn't going to keep extending itself forward. And, like, there was, like, there was multiple discussions between the Soviet Union and the Americans, or NATO, like, hey, we'll, nuclear non-proliferation, like, let's actually reduce our arms and all that sort of stuff, all predicated on not expanding NATO. And so, like, they've consistently disregarded agreements over time and just, like, been like, hey, here's another one for NATO. Here's another one for NATO. And it's, like, constantly fucking agitating the Russians. Constantly agitating the Russians. That's not an excuse. It's just a fucking reality. It's not an excuse. It's just a reality. Now, back to Greenland. Shall we? I want to find this Reuters article that Voltaire shared with us. See if there's any gold in there that we haven't considered before. If you're watching this on YouTube and you haven't already, make sure you hit the like button. You know who you are. If you're new here, hit subscribe or follow, etc., 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 etc. All right, let's have a look. Exclusive. Greenland Freedom City. Rich donors push Trump for tech hub up north. Oh, this is from April 11, 2025. So this is probably when we were first speaking about it. Interesting. Silicon Valley investors propose Greenland as a libertarian freedom city. Trump's expansionist policy includes potential military acquisition of Greenland. Greenland's strategic importance due to U.S. military base and mineral deposits. April 10, Reuters. As the Trump administration intensifies efforts to acquire Greenland from Denmark. This is April 10 last year. last year, and we're having this conversation again. It's popping its head up again. Some Silicon Valley tech investors are promoting the frozen island for a site of a so-called freedom city, a libertarian utopia with minimal corporate regulation. 3 people familiar with the matter told Reuters. The discussions are in the early stages, but the idea has been taken seriously by Trump's pick for Denmark, Ambassador Ken Howery, who is expected to be confirmed by Congress in the coming months and lead Greenland acquisition negotiations. The people said Howery, whose involvement with the idea has been previously reported, once co-founded a venture capital firm with tech billionaire Peter Thiel. So like a venture capitalist. A venture capitalist. Is that the politically correct way of saying tech bro? I think I'll have to just check with my censorship team. They'll get back to me. Howery, who's also involved in the idea, has been previously reported once a co-founder of venture capital firm with tech billionaire Peter Thiel, a leading advocate for such low regulation cities. Howery is also a longtime friend of Elon Musk, a top Trump advisor. Who is this guy? Ken Howery. I wonder if I'm saying that correctly. I wonder if my pronunciation team has any advice for me on that one. This is the guy. This guy. He looks like another one that drinks blood too, do you reckon? How rich is Ken Howery? He's worth about $1.5 billion. Not that much. God damn. Does he have a Wikipedia? He doesn't. No, he does. Thank God. He's not real unless he has a Wikipedia. He's an American entrepreneur, and it's fucking he is a co-founder of fucking PayPal. He's part of the PayPal mafia. These guys, they are incestuous, and they've just moved from strength to strength ever since. Right, slowly taking over the world. He served as U.S. ambassador to Sweden from 2019 to 2021 under President Donald Trump. On December 2024. President-elect Donald Trump announced his intention to nominate Howery as the next U.S. ambassador to Denmark. In October, it took a long time. It took ages. In October 2025, the nomination was confirmed by the Senate. He was later graduating Stanford University. He is Silicon Valley through and through, this guy. He's tech bro. He is the tech bro model. He's managing editor of the Stanford Review, a student-run newspaper. He graduated. He co-founded PayPal with Peter Thiel, Luke Nozek, Elon Musk, and Max Levchin. The group of founders became known as the PayPal Mafia, which included other peers and early investors. Interesting. Very interesting. If you're interested, there's a video from AP about tech bros moving on Mexico, creating Silicon Valley 2.0 back in 2019. Not sure which channel in the Discord to drop it in. Oh, you can put in, like, if you want us to watch it and get to it in a stream, you can put in reaction recommendations. You would read about it, general chat, either one. And, like, tag me and I'll have a look at it, please. That'll be interesting. In March 2012, the World Economic Forum named Howery a young global leader, a community of socially minded men and women selected under the age of 40 who operate as a force of good to overcome barriers that elsewhere stand in the way of progress. Oh my God. Talk about jerk circle. This is some jerk circle. What was the other word? Meat riding. Look at these people meat riding for the fucking PayPal mafia. My God. In 2005, Howery and Thiel, along with fellow PayPal alumni, Nozek, started Founders Fund, a San Francisco-based venture capital firm with over $3 billion under management, where he served as a co-founder and partner. So that must be what they started together. Interesting. President-elect Donald Trump announced Howery as his choice for ambassador. And what's this? Plenipotentiary of the United States of America to the Kingdom of Denmark. Wow. Blowing bubbles? What's that in regards to, please? Interesting. He has a house at Power Mountain, a ski resort in Utah. What the fuck is Power Mountain? Anyone been to Power Mountain? Unless you're a billionaire. Oh, Powder Mountain. No, it says Power Mountain here. Oh, no, maybe they've just written that wrong. It's Powder Mountain. Interesting. Musk, however, denied the claim. According to the Wall Street Journal report 2021, after his term as US ambassador to Sweden ended, he had been traveling the world, including chasing tornadoes and other extreme weather events as a hobby. Fuck. It's like Twister. This guy's from the movie Twister. That's crazy. He chases tornadoes. Sounds like a ski resort from the 80s. LOL. I know, right? Hey, let's go to Powder Mountain. Hey. Interesting. This is the guy. This is the guy. He is PayPal Mafia written all over him. When was he born? 75. He's 50 years old. All right. If you don't beat me down Powder Mountain on your snowboard, my dad's going to sell the mountain to a mining company. It's on. Sweet guitar riff. Yes, it's like an episode of South Park. Hey. Push it to the limit. Limit. All right, let's do this. All right. Harry declined to comment. The White House did not respond to requests for comment. Sources who spoke to Reuters requested anonymity to discuss private conversations. The vision for Greenland, one of the people said, could include a hub of artificial intelligence, autonomous vehicles, space launches. Yeah, what's going on there? Micro nuclear reactors and high-speed rail. Wow. It looks like they're going to have to do business with China then. Yeah, right. Pizza, French fries. Pizza, French fries. See, you didn't do pizza. You're going to have a bad time. The discussions reflect on a long-standing Silicon Valley movement to establish low-regulation cities globally, including in the United States, which Trump himself promised to do in the 2023 campaign video. Yeah, what are they called? The Freedom Cities, right? Hey, that's the same thing. What the hell? That's the same article. The link didn't work. No way. Proponents use different names for variations of the idea, including startup cities, charter cities, with common goals of spurring innovation through sweeping regulatory exemptions. It is a fucking libertarian fantasy world, isn't it? Stan Darsh is the only one who can save the day. Race for Powder Mountain. Saturday, 8 p.m. Be there. So good. Like South Park, they've just done everything. They've covered everything. They must have known these tech bros hanging out at Powder Mountain. Eh? The administration's consideration of such a quixotic quest underscores the growing clout of tech magnates and Trump's increasingly expansionist foreign policy. And this was written a year ago. Fucking hell. If only they knew how prescient they were. After campaigning on a largely isolationist platform, Trump has since his November election suggested taking back the Panama Canal, annexing Canada, and redeveloping the war-torn Gaza Strip after seizing the beachfront land from displaced Palestinians. Greenland is about 3 times the size of Texas, with a population of 57,000. 3 times the size of Texas. That's fucking huge, man. But the island is strategically important to the US military, which has a base there and contains substantial deposits of minerals, including rare earths. Trump has refused to rule out taking Greenland by military force if Denmark won't sell it. We have to have Greenland, Trump said last month, as his vice president, J.D. Vance, visited the U.S. military base on the island. Vance toured Greenland with his wife, Ursula Vance. A visit that ignited protests from Greenlanders who overwhelmingly opposed becoming part of America. Polls show the island is owned by Denmark but governs itself. Greenland's new prime minister, Jens Frederik Nielsen, said the U.S. visit signaled a lack of respect. Fuck them, be fighting words. Hope they bring the dog sleds out. Speaking to troops at the U.S. military base, Vance accused Denmark of failing to protect Greenland from very aggressive incursions from Russia and from China and other nations. Like who? Who are these other nations? Oh my God. All right. This is interesting. So they want banana republics. I thought tech bros were at least meant to be somewhat smart. Eh? Yeah. Well, they think they're fucked. They think they are. And God's gift to the human race, it would seem. The only thing that stands between us and the Antichrist, really. The Freedom City movement reflects a fascination with settling new American frontiers, rooted in nostalgia for the nation's 1800s Western expansion. Expanding to Greenland can be the dawn of a new manifest destiny, said tech investor Chevron Pishova, referring to the 19th century philosophy that America was an exceptional nation with a God-given mission to conquer territory. Thiel, a libertarian and early Trump supporter, wrote in 2009 that he can no longer consider democracy compatible with freedom and has advocated for escaping politics by colonizing outer space and seasteading. Do you know what seasteading is? And this is something that was actually put forward by another libertarian stooge, like an actual stooge, let's be honest. He is Milton Friedman's grandson, I think it is, Peter Friedman. Who has been like advocating by basically appealing to billionaires for this idea of seasteading. So they just create these kind of floating cities in international waters where like the rich and powerful can go and actually live there, become citizens of it, and just float around on international waters outside of any jurisdictional sovereignty. Again, it's probably just another way to tax dodge, I would assume, and like run your businesses without any oversight from a state authority. Like this is legitimate stuff. Like they're doing, they're investigating, and it's all part of this idea of libertarian cities. Holy shit, Manifest Destiny 2.0. They are saying it. Damn. Would love to see them all get capsized and eaten by sharks. Could you imagine? When they go down. And it's just them, the venture capitalists, being eaten by the vultures of the sea. So good. Fellow venture capitalist Mark Andreessen, an informal advisor to Musk's Department of Government Efficiency, Doge. Fucking hell. I didn't know Mark Andreessen was actually an informal advisor to Doge. He's part of the tech investor consortium seeking to build a city on grazing land outside San Francisco. We were looking at that actually last year as well. Another venture capitalist, an informal Doge advisor, Joe Lonsdale, also promotes low regulation cities. In a statement to Reuters, Lonsdale celebrated expanding our country to Greenland, but did not comment on the plans for a city there. Good old Epstein head. Andreessen. Oh fuck! I didn't realize that. Fucking Andreessen has been named and shamed with Epstein as well. They are so incestuous, aren't they? The bourgeoisie. They all know each other. They've all got dirt in each other. They hang out at each other's. Haha, no, he has an egghead. Ah, damn. I thought you knew something. I was like, damn, tell me more. Andreessen declined to comment. A Thiel spokesperson, Jeremy Hall, said Peter isn't involved in any plans or discussions regarding Greenland. Musk did not respond to comments and requests. Wouldn't surprise me, though, to be honest. Yeah, well, like what we found out about Peter Thiel. Like, I was, like, theorizing at one point, being like, oh, the tech pros are like, they're new money in the context of, like, you know, the Epsteins. Like, Epstein was very much Wall Street connected and connected to the deep state. And I was like, you know, so that probably absolves him, I guess, or absolves the tech bros for the most part from being caught up with someone like Epstein, who is kind of like archaic now. Epstein, like, has gone past his use-by date. That's why he was unalived in or unalived himself in that New York prison. Like, his style of blackmail is no longer necessary in the surveillance capitalist age. They got all the dirt they need on you and they'll take you out if they need to. And so, like, I didn't think Epstein was related to the tech bros at all. Maybe otherwise rather superficially, if anything. But Peter Thiel, one of the last things that are still in the Epstein estate is some firm that he invested in. And it's got like $170 million still a part of his trust. And this investment was one that he undertook with Peter fucking Thiel. So even, Epstein and Peter Thiel were in bed together at some point. Probably around the same time he was rubbing shoulders with fucking Noam Chomsky. That one still gets me. So, like, yeah, maybe Andreessen did have some investments with none other than Epstein as well. We'll never know, right? We'll never know. All right, that's enough of this. Yes, we are aware. The tech bros have got a fucking plan. He definitely touched his money, his egg-shaped money. Is it true that you've got egg-shaped money? All right, that's it. I'm out. I'm not standing for this interview anymore. This is offensive. I don't have anything to do with this. Outrageous talk. All right, so we are done with Greenland for now, unless anyone... Oh, no! We were going to look at the thing that... This is the one. This is the thing that Indoctrinathan wanted to show us. Let's check this out. Someone's run like a war games exercise, I guess you would say, on Greenland. It's called Invading Greenland, Mistake of a Lifetime. Here's why. It's 1.3 million views 2 months ago. All right, let's have a look at this. Courtesy of Indoctrinathan.
Ice, distance, and darkness. That's what defines Greenland as a military problem. If you ask whether the rest of NATO could realistically defend Greenland against a US invasion, you're really asking who can move, fight, and sustain under Arctic conditions, through blizzards, on ice-choked seas, with almost no infrastructure to lean on. And you're asking who would even want to. Outside of the MAGA core, I don't think the US public would back an invasion of Greenland, or Canada for that matter, and I don't think Washington would choose to rupture NATO over it. But for the sake of the community's most voted topic for our October community request, let's pressure test the scenario and see what winter capability, geography, and logistics actually say. I'm Tuomas, a former officer in the Finnish Defense Forces, and this is part 1 of October's community voted video. As the question was about Canada and Greenland, we'll focus on Greenland this week and do a Canada-specific video next week. Let us, as any good war planner would...
What? Opening statement didn't age well? You're talking about that he was just like, they wouldn't want to rupture NATO over this? Is that what you mean? I don't know, man. I think they would definitely sacrifice NATO if they had to. But, like, NATO's not going to sacrifice the US. I don't see the Europeans having the testicular fortitude to be like, no, we don't need the Americans anymore. They will easily just hang Denmark and Greenland out to dry. We'll start to get reports of how there's all these terrorists in Denmark and Greenland. And soon we'll have to liberate Greenland, kind of thing.
Start with the map. Greenland is officially huge. Its coastline is carved by fjords. A vast glacier sits in the middle all year round, and the population could fit into a mid-sized European football stadium.
Whoa.
There are only a handful of airfields that matter, a few usable deep water ports, and long, unforgiving distances between them. The weather isn't just cold, it is equipment-breaking cold, and generally there's a mean wind which quickly packs snow into your gear at least 9 months of the year, from the end of September to the end of May. Operationally, this means that an army not trained or equipped for cold weather fighting would struggle after just a few months in theater. The biggest issue for a weapons-heavy military like the US is that rubber hardens, batteries die, lubricants thicken, optics fog, and wind turns a routine lift into a horror show. A bit like during the Finnish winter, you don't choose your tempo in Greenland. The weather chooses it for you. Any attacker depends on a tiny number of runways and protected anchorages, and any defender, including the Danish special operators who use Greenland as their playground, knows exactly which ones those are. Most American military gear would cease to work if it was deployed to Greenland, including the normal US service rifle and much of its most advanced military technology, like the Abrams, Stryker, Bradley, and entire tubed artillery fleet. But we'll go over concrete examples of that a bit later in this episode. Now flip to the politics and likelihood of the US actually going for an allied territory.
Good luck, these Jews. Stab, stab. Hey? Hope your bone spurs work out in the cold.
And wrecking its alliances beyond repair. It's part of the Kingdom of Denmark and inside NATO. Diplomatic shockwave and a strategic own goal that shatters American alliances worldwide. As we covered in our episode recently on the actual strength of the US allies, it is quite clearly the second military power on the globe.
So good.
That is why I call this scenario quite clearly the second military power on the globe.
Playing with fire. Interesting.
Strength of the US worldwide. As we covered in our episode recently on the actual strength of the US allies, it is quite clearly the second military power on the globe. That is why I call this scenario unlike clearly the second.
Sorry. 2.6 million troops, 10,000 strong navy, 3,000 fighter jets. This is what NATO is no pushovers. Yeah.
Second military power on the globe. That is why I call this scenario unlikely. But unlikely doesn't mean uninteresting, because it exposes the physics that decide Arctic campaigns and winter warfare, a topic I've trained soldiers in for decades now: logistics, weather discipline, and winter skills. Those factors don't care how big your defense budget is. Try asking Stalin how that worked in my own Finland in 1939. Winter capability is where Europe, especially the Nordics, Baltics, and British, quietly shines. Norway, Sweden, Finland, and to a lesser extent Denmark, train to fight in snow, darkness, and deep cold several months every year. They practice ski-borne infantry movement, over-snow mobility with BV series carriers and snowmobiles, Arctic casualty care, camouflage in whiteout conditions, and the kind of small unit fieldcraft that keeps people alive at -30. The UK, Netherlands, Germany, France, and others also send units north for winter warfare rotations every year, building a shared playbook: short, sharp movements between hardened bivouacs, fuel and battery management, cold weather marksmanship, and keeping drones and optics working when most electronics want to die. This culture of winter soldiering matters more than shiny kit. It shows up in the boring routines: how you dry socks, how you pack a bulk sled, how you rotate sentries so no one freezes, and in particular how to tire out and isolate your enemy by using the elements. First, let's look at what kind of Arctic capability the opposing sides would have in such a scenario. In a scenario where the rest of NATO had to defend Greenland, or even consider operations in extreme Arctic conditions, the balance of true winter capability between Europe, Canada, and the United States would matter more than almost anything else. And here, Europe and Canada have a clear edge. Across the Nordic region, winter warfare isn't an afterthought. It's the foundation of military training. Between national Arctic brigades, reserve formations, and large-scale NATO exercises like Cold Response and Nordic Response, Europe can field 80 to 120,000 active duty troops with recent, full-spectrum Arctic and subarctic training. Finland alone contributes a huge portion of that total, around 24,000 active troops and a wartime reserve exceeding 250,000, almost all trained to operate, move, and fight in snow and temperatures down to -30 or 40. Sweden and Norway add several tens of thousands more through elite Arctic units, Sweden's K4 battalion in Norland and Norway's Arctic Brigade, as well as annual cold weather rotations that push much of their professional armies through sub-zero field conditions. The United Kingdom, Netherlands, Germany, Poland, Italy, and France all run specialized winter and alpine elements that cycle through the same demanding Nordic courses each year. And that's before we mention how Norway's special operators host allied special teams for Arctic war games every year, where stories of them handing tough lessons to visiting elite US units are, let's just say, not uncommon. Canada adds another strong component. The Canadian Rangers, a lightly equipped but locally rooted force of over 5,600 personnel, act as the permanent eyes and ears of the Canadian military in the far north. They're backed by 4 Arctic
Telling me ice can't handle ice? Come on. Yeah, at the end of the day, at the end of the day, burning all those resources, losing allies, fighting a war for a frozen tundra with little resources, not really worth the cost for the US, in my opinion. Yeah, if the Europeans had the balls to be like, no, this is enough. This is what I'm saying. Like, we have watched the NATO chief, we've watched the European Union's foreign policy chief just be like, we'll get back to you. It's just like, hello, if the US wants to fuck around and fight a European member state, are you going to do something about that? The answer is unequivocally yes. Okay, what are you worried about? You know what it is, in this capitalistic world, there's some corporate interests there that are just like, hey, just don't sever ties with the Americans. Like, we are all one big country under the guise of capital. But like, strategic interest wise, like, look at what they've got here. Like, it would be a hard slog. They're just being bullied by another section of the bourgeoisie. Like, they could do this. It'd be splitting up the world into regional areas, and the Europeans just, like, their corporate interests, the people that write their policies, the people that, like, you know, control their think tanks, they just don't want to deal with a world where they don't have American trade and commerce there. They're very, very worried about this. You're telling me ice can handle the ice? Come on. Have you seen that really good footage of the ice agents, like, slipping over, like, running up to people and getting done by ice? It's just like, yeah, ice versus ice. Yeah, at the very least, they need to be axed from NATO if they do invade another member state. Yeah, and, like, this guy's making it out like, you know, these people are prepared for this type of conflict, if it was even going to come to that, right? Bogus Binted, I guess, Binted. I never took this Greenland shit seriously, but I also never thought they would depose and arrest Maduro. So who knows? And I think that's pretty timely as well, right? Like, who would have thought that, like, that Maduro situation was actually going to go down like that? They blockaded them. They're popping their boats in the water, like, you know, shooting fish in a barrel. But, like, I never thought they were just going to fly in and take Maduro. I thought they'd start striking them, though. I really thought that was going to be a thing. Like what they're threatening to do with Iran. But, like, I never thought they were just going to sweep in. And so, like, now the conversation is on the table and everyone's talking about it. They're just like, can't you see what they've just done to Maduro? So, like, this is a legitimate concern now. Greenland. All this meddling is going to turn out bad down the road, like Iraq and Afghanistan. Oh, fucking see. We will see. But I don't think with Trump in office we'll see any EU leaders actually say that and invite sanctions or tariffs when it's not happening yet. Emphasis on the yet. LOL. Yeah, there it is. There it is. It's a crazy reality that is.
Bonds company groups, each around 150 troops, which train specifically for operations in frozen environments. When you factor in regular rotations like Operation Nunalivut and Arctic Bison, Canada can deploy somewhere between 6,000 and 8,000 Arctic-trained personnel on relatively short notice, and scale that further through rotations of regular infantry trained in winter warfare. By contrast, the United States has made some strides in rebuilding its Arctic readiness in recent years, but it's still catching up. Its main Arctic formation is the 11th Airborne Division based in Alaska, numbering roughly 10,000 to 12,000 soldiers, supported by the Northern Warfare Training Center near Fairbanks. When you add the Marine Corps Mountain Warfare Training Center in Bridgeport, California, and special operations courses in cold environments like Kodiak, Alaska, the total rises to about 15,000 to 25,000 U.S. troops with active Arctic or deep winter qualifications. That's still significantly fewer than Europe and Canada combined, though the U.S. has the logistics muscle and airlift to move faster.
Like, here's the real question for something like a breakdown like this. Great analysis, really enjoy it, but like, do you really reckon though? Like, this is why I've been segregating off Europe. Do you really think that if the US for some reason attacks or threatens NATO, and then the Europeans have to make a choice about whether they stay with the US or not, do you really think Canada is going to stay in NATO? Like, come on. Why the fuck would Canada, honestly, like, risk it all and like be like, you know what, we're actually going to stay with the Europeans on this one. Good luck, America, by yourself. Like, Canada has, like, by default, like, I don't know, you tell me what you think, but like, Canada by default stays with the US on that one. Like, goodbye NATO, and it's just like Europeans on their own now, figure it out for yourselves. But I don't see Canada being like, actually, yeah, we're gonna stick with the Europeans, man. I don't know. Canada PM Mark Carney loves Europe. Yeah, look, they can like ideologically or idealistically, they could be like, no, we would love to be European right now, you know, but it's just not going to work out because, you know, these guys are serious and like they can do a lot of damage. I don't think that it's worth Canada risking. Just like I'm sure they would prefer to be European. Like, look at their culture. Look at their affiliations. I'm sure they would love to consider themselves more European than like American, like USA American styles. But like, it's strategically that's a mistake. That's a massive mistake, right? New peeps in the chat. Yes, good call, 4IS. For all the new people that are watching here today, welcome. And if you are new and watching this, whatever platform you're on, make sure you subscribe/follow. And there's an invitation for Discord. This is where we drop our propaganda. You can actually see, no, wait, I always point the wrong way. There, over there, the bottom, that's where our Discord chat is. So you can actually chat in Discord and drop your propaganda. So make sure you do that. I'm Canadian and we're definitely closer to America. I would never fight for Greenland. There you go. Like, would the Canadians really and strategically go over or want to stay with NATO despite the US? I don't know, man. And I don't know, would they really risk that? Like, could you imagine the collateral damage of that decision if the Americans, like, Trump's just looking for a reason, right, to call Canada the 51st state of America. There it would be that right there. He'd be like, great, 2 birds, 1 stone. I'm going after Greenland and I get Canada by default. This is wonderful. I say if only fight for Canada, but if it really came down to it, USA would destroy us. I say I'd only fight for Canada, but if it really came down to it, yeah. And that's why I don't think it would be in Canada's strategic interest. Like, and that's why, like, this is good. Like, this is cool analysis. But like, I think this is like, this should be NATO without USA and Canada, and considering Canada as part of America's forces here. Still, cool analysis though. Really cool analysis.
Once it's on the ground. Where European and Canadian forces really pull ahead is in kit that actually works in Greenland-grade cold. Across NATO minus the US, there are about 2,000 articulated over-snow carriers, mainly Swedish-made varying BV models that float over deep snow and keep running at -40, in service or serviceable storage. The US, by contrast, fields under 300, including its new BVS-10 buy, which hasn't yet arrived. It's the same story with light mobility, Europe and Canada together run roughly 10 to 14,000 military heavy snow scooters across the Nordics, France, Italy, Germany, Canada, and the Baltics, while US forces operate a few hundred for Alaska, mountain warfare, and special operations rotations. In terrain where trucks or even light armored vehicles bog down, those numbers translate directly into an issue that is hard to overlook for any war planner. The same logic applies to armor and artillery, only fleets that actually run in deep cold count. Think CV-90, Norway and Finland's Leopard 2, Patria carriers, Sweden's Stridsvagn, Canada's LAV 6. All of them run with real winter modifications, external engine heaters, low-temperature lubricants, wider shoes and tracks, and Arctic maintenance kits. Norway and Sweden even field CV-90 variants tuned specifically for snow. Add those winter variants up and you get the picture. Across NATO without the United States, there are 300 to 500 cold-weather modified modern tanks, about 600 to 1,000 winterized infantry fighting vehicles, and well over 1,000 Patria variants made in Poland and Finland that can operate in extreme cold. By contrast, the US Army has no armored brigades permanently based in the Arctic. Abrams, Strykers, and Bradleys can be winter-kitted with a lot of work, but the number of fully cold-weather packaged armor sets ready for sustained Arctic ops is tiny compared to Europe's capability in this area. We're talking a few hundred in total, and the knowledge base within the US military to perform this sort of retrofitting is likely just as small, after 70 years of mainly fighting in warmer climates. At least for now.
Really just like bullying people in the Middle East. Wow, that is interesting to think about as well, just by the numbers. But you know what? I'd love this guy to do something in relation to, but I guess it's hard to get intel on this, but who's the obvious choice as like one of the most prepared for Arctic warfare? Because they just by absolute necessity, like Russia would be all over that like a rash, right? I wonder if he goes into Russia in this, or if it's just US v NATO. Yeah, maybe not. The video after this is US v Canada. Whoa, crazy. One for you, Bogos Binted. Yeah, I wonder what Russia would be like. They'd have to do so much of this just to be able to survive.
Winter warfare broke out in the North Atlantic or Arctic, say in Greenland or the Norwegian Sea, the majority of troops who could move, fight, and survive there on short notice would still come from Europe and Canada. They've lived, trained, and fought in the cold for decades, and the equipment they use, from snowmobiles to over-snow carriers, is battle-tested and outsizes the US capability in the same department at least tenfold. So while the US would bring unmatched naval firepower and fair-weather air dominance to any defenders of Greenland, it's the Europeans and Canadians who would likely do most of the actual fighting on the ground in Arctic conditions. And that makes...
Yeah, I was wondering about that because he hasn't brought it up yet, but like, do you really reckon if the Americans were going to take like Greenland, which is really sparsely populated as an area, but there's no one there, let's be honest, just to say it another way, would they really be putting boots on the ground in any instance there? Or would it just be like using their aerial forces to take out whatever they need to, and then just like slowly moving in? I don't think there'd be really any need for an actual battle on the ground, right? That doesn't seem to be their playbook at the moment. But like this guy's already said, their naval forces completely would deter anything. And like, it's not like if they're going to fight over Greenland, Europe can just catch a train. They put all their forces on some type of freight train to get there. They're going to have to go via the sea. They have to get there somehow. I guess it's just who moves first, right?
Sense. This is their environment. They've trained for it, built vehicles for it, and can survive in it without needing massive energy inputs or specialized infrastructure. In simple terms, the US can likely cover the whole island in bombs, but the Northern Europeans and Canadians can stay there. Add to this the immense issues the US is currently facing in its sea lift capabilities in comparison to Europe's quite massive civilian freight and sea lift fleet, and you'd be hard-placed to see the US winning a protracted logistical war. So how would a fight look if someone forced this scenario? An American operation would likely depend on securing a small number of locations quickly, airfields and nearby harbors, then rushing in engineers, fuel, de-icing, shelters, and air defenses to keep the bridgeheads alive. That initial lift is vulnerable to timing. A 2-day storm window can close the sky, scatter ships, and leave air assault elements thin and isolated. It could likely use Pituffik Air Base as a forward operating base, but it is important to note that getting to and from this airbase over land is only possible with normal transport about 3 months of the year, and going from it to the more populated areas down south, over land, is a nigh on impossible task without the proper gear. A European-Canadian defense would exploit that. You don't try to meet the US.
Is he honestly talking about European tanks and jet skis? Hasn't he seen what happened in Venezuela? No, this is what I'm saying. Like, how do you like? He has obviously great points about how difficult this terrain is, but like, how do they get, like the Europeans, for example, how do they get their shit to Greenland when you have the Americans with such an incredible naval force? Like, if they move first, like, what are you going to do? How are you going to get stuff there? It's still a fucking hop, skip, and a jump from mainland Europe to get to Greenland. It's not like crossing the British Channel or something like that. It's interesting. Very interesting.
In a fair weather set piece where its air force and carrier groups would decimate a defense, you make every landing zone a maintenance problem and every approach costly. You create white noise with decoys, radar reflectors, and heat sources in the wrong areas. You lay mines and sensor grids on the few viable taxiways. You combine long-range fires with small Arctic patrols, like that of the Danish Special Ops Team, permanently on the island aptly named the Sirius Patrol.
This is the one that everyone's talking about. The poor dog sled team. Special Danish ops in Greenland, the Sirius Patrol. You can't just set a blockade in Greenland either. The ships would freeze over. Hitler and Napoleon both thought they could just take Russia too. Yeah. Interesting.
That can move on skis, behind dog sleds and snowmobiles, living off caches and hitting fuel depots and power units rather than chasing US units in the open. Denmark's recent cooperation with Ukraine likely means that it has access to non-electrical powered drones capable of knocking out the 4 diesel generators, keeping Pituffik warm. Without the necessary heating, the issues US troops had with the weather in Vietnam would seem like a dream when the temperatures drop below freezing in August. Maritime operations are no easier. Ice and distance punish large surface groups. Submarines and long-range patrol aircraft still matter, but the fight narrows to a few usable approaches and anchorages. A defender does not need to sink everything. It only needs to make replenishment uncertain, slow, and costly. That forces an attacker to bring ice-capable escorts, more tankers, more de-icing agents, more of everything. As we say in the Finnish army, winter logistics scale badly. A drum of fuel in winter is heavier in effort than it is in kilograms. It needs heated storage, careful handling, and a clean supply chain of winter-capable pumps, hoses, and couplings that will not crack in minus 40 degrees Celsius. Many recruits in the Nordic armies learned this the hard way. One slip in preparation can ruin an operation. In Europe plus Canada, the ice-capable inventory is again much larger than the American inventory. Norway fields 4 Arctic-capable patrol vessels, 1 Svalbard-class ice-breaking, and 3 Jan Mayen-class ice-strengthened patrol ships. Finland now brings 7 ice-capable ships, including NATO's foremost icebreaker production knowledge. Sweden brings 5, Canada brings 9, and is expanding further. The United Kingdom contribution is niche, but useful with HMS Protector.
That's another
The
interesting
Baltic
point
states
as well. Like, what do you think about like the UK? I don't see, like, let's just say there was a split on NATO. I don't know if the UK would actually stick with the Europeans on this one. I think the Europeans and Canada would probably stay with the US. What do you reckon about that, actually? What's your hunch on that one? I guess, like, location-wise, they probably should stick with Europe. But I feel like they just have way too much of a tie to the Americans. What does the UK matter anymore? I don't know. Like they do have a fair military capacity. If we're just talking about this in military terms, it's interesting. I wonder how that would go. I guess we could just base it on Brexit. No, fuck the Europeans. Yeah, it'd be interesting to see how it would divide NATO. Yeah, what would happen to Europe? Would the English go European, or would they stick down with their Anglosphere brethren? I guess that'll depend who the US successfully scares to comply. I'd say they'd probably go American, right? And that would really change the terms of this Greenland situation then for the Europeans. The UK struggles from the same issue, minimal Arctic forces anymore after decades of desert fighting. I just mean like more than that. I just mean like who culturally, like who would they actually pick? Like if there was a divide, do you reckon they would stay with Europe? Or would they go with the US outside of this whole Greenland scenario? And fighting over Greenland specifically. If push came to shove, who would they go with? I wonder.
Capacity at the margins. Latvia has one. Estonia has one. The Netherlands adds one as well. Most of Greenland's ports freeze over in around November, and to be able to get anywhere close to land, you're very dependent on this ability. The US, for its part, only has 2 capable icebreakers, though they have recently signed a deal with Finland to create more, which would obviously be scrapped in such a scenario. So could the rest of NATO actually stop the US in Greenland?
They already chose Brexit, yeah.
The blunt answer is...
I know, like they definitely don't see themselves as European, as part of a European Union. It's a fair point, isn't it?
Is that stopping isn't the right lens. The US is a superpower with unrivaled global lift and strike capabilities. If Washington chose to batter its way into Greenland, it could seize air and sea bridgeheads and pour in force. The realistic question is whether the rest of NATO could make that choice politically impossible and operationally miserable, so costly, slow, and publicly self-defeating that the idea collapses under its own weight as opposition to US casualties generally makes them pull out of wars. The answer there is yes.
Fair enough.
In the Arctic, a capable defender with winter skills doesn't need parity in tonnage, missiles, or fancy aircraft carriers. It needs to deny tempo, complicate sustainment, and wait for the attacker's maintenance and morale curves to dip below the red line after the brief 3 months of degrees above freezing are over. There's also the alliance dimension. NATO's strength isn't any single army, it's the habit of acting together. An American assault on Danish territory would snap that habit. European publics would rally to Denmark. Canada would be in an impossible position politically and strategically, and that tension alone shows why the scenario is so unlikely. Deterrence here is partly moral and legal, but it's also practical. Every US planner understands that fighting the weather and your own alliance at the same time is a losing proposition. As promised, next week we'll move to the people who currently lives above the noisy neighbors and ask the same hard question about Canada, where the distances aren't quite as large.
This was interesting, but there are some huge assumptions. Like you got to make, like, in order to do a scenario, you got to make some assumptions about who goes where, right? But like I think it's a big one, thinking that Canada will definitely stay with NATO. It's just like NATO minus the US, and then like and the UK, like that's a foothold right there on both sides of the Atlantic at triangulating towards Greenland. It's interesting. Very interesting, actually. Very interesting piece. Narrator nailed it. they'll only pay that high cost if Greenland becomes strategically worth it. Well, there's something at the moment going on in regards to the value of Greenland. And like in absence of all better theories in this regard, like it's Brian's theory on everything. This is really, it's got nothing to do with Europe. Like, is why would anyone risk it all, right? Or like why would anyone sensically, logically, like want to do this? And it's the answer is like, well, it's not logical because it's not about that. It's beyond this. It seems to be about containing Russia and China. And they've got an economic free-for-all in this new northern Arctic sea route that is opening up that wasn't strategically, it wasn't an issue before because no one would go there. And like now that is a factor. It's a factor. And that's going to shape global politics for the next number of decades, if not for the rest of the century. And so like this is a look that goes beyond, hey, what would happen in the next couple of years with this fuck NATO over, or this, what would world diplomacy look like in 5 years' time? It's more like, how's the world economy going to work over the next 50 years if we don't have a claim over the North Sea route? We need to be in there and like basically making it uncomfortable as for the Russians and the Chinese to operate, like what they've been able to do in Latin America, what they've been able to do with Iran now, or like they're doing with Iran at the moment. They don't want them to have an alternative way of getting around the seas. That's what this is about. That's why all of this seems so illogical. This is not about Greenland. This is about, Russia and by extension, China. It just doesn't make sense unless you look at it more broadly, I guess. Very interesting. I thought it was cool. Like for a military channel, like most military channels are just like, beefhead guys. Like, check out this fancy weaponry. Like this was kind of cool, this one. All right, let's have a look at. Oh, this one's another one for Voltator. But Voltator's not here today, I don't think. But like, let's check this out. So like, talking about icy things, let's go on to ice. I don't know if you've seen this, but like, take a look at the audacious commentary from this guy here, the border czar, Tom Homan. Check out his response here. He's asked, basically, how's it going, Mr. Captain of Border Security? How's it going capturing all those criminals out there? How many criminals has ICE, has the Department of Homeland Security taken off the streets? How's that little mission going? And like, check out what he says to this. He is. I can see him in the mod view. Oh, okay. Voltator's lurking today. Oh, well, this one's for you, Voltator, because you put in this really interesting article by the Cato Institute the other day. I don't know if people were around for that stream or not, but Voltator shared a article by the Cato Institute. We'll have a look at it in a second. But it's basically detailing what actual amount of people that have been detained by ICE and deported, what percentage of them are actual criminals. Now, if you haven't, then like I'll leave that as the surprise here. But first, let's listen to someone from DHS who gets actually asked this question, and let's see their manufactured consent response on this one. How they're going to toe the party line on this. The problem is with saying this is about Russia, is that this all works in their favor. The country really being targeted is China. China isn't a threat to American imperialism. Russia isn't a threat to American imperialism. China is. The country really being targeted is China. Russia isn't a threat to American imperialism. China is. Sorry, the problem I have, I think that's an I have with saying this is about Russia, is that this all works in their favor. The country really being targeted is China. Yes, I think we agree on that one, though. I did say that. Like, it's about containing Russia, but like by extension, that means China, because Russia provides an option for China. And until China has no options, it can't technically be handled, contained by the US. So like Russia, like China is the opposition. Like if anyone is a contender for absolute, undisputed king of the world, it's China. And they, from a perspective of we are in a capitalist society right now, we live in a world economy which is dictated by capital. They are the productive force as well. They produce all the value that everybody lives off. So they're already strategically, economically, the top dog in the world. It's just that we're trying to sort out the power balance that sits on top of the economic situation. And so it's just a matter of time. And so how do you cut off someone who's economically superior to you? You control their ability to get that value in and out of their society. So that's what the US is trying to do. And like Russia is an option for China. Not only do they share a land border, so they could go that way, but like Russia would be actually facilitating their escape route through the seas. And like the seas are incredibly important. So this is a big thing. This is a big problem, I think, for the Americans to sort out here. How do you stop Russia facilitating China's movements? I think Russia also offers an alternative to Europe for America. I think Russia also offers an alternative to Europe for America. I don't know what you mean by that one. Explain that one a little bit further. I'd like to see where you're going. Spandonk. Rather than wasting resources fighting an Arctic war when you don't really have to, just to secure trade routes already controlled by a coalition you're part of. It's not that Russia isn't on the US hegemonic radar. It's just China is top priority. Russia is next. Or Russia is like kind of, if Russia is what it takes to get to China, then it's all fun and games. Why is Bibi and Putin always on the phone? Kind of seems like they don't really have much to talk about. Look, I hear you. I hear you. We've talked about this one before. Like I do, and I wouldn't discount the fact that like Israel is and historically has always benefited because of their incredible, it would say, military industrial capability. They've always been funding both sides of wars and supporting people, whoever wants to buy all of their equipment. So I'm sure Russia and European war benefits the Israelis very, very nicely. And they are making bank on this whole situation, like greatly. Like the story of Israel's history, to be honest, like in the modern age, obviously, like after World War II, has been one of how they trade not only legal arms, but like trade all their weapons on the black market. And so like if they've got a hotline to Russia, I'm not surprised in that regard at all. They make a lot of bank on arms sales. And like in that type of market, baby, all's fair. Who cares? Like I keep saying, Israel is America's ally. Why are they working so closely with Russia? Israel does whatever the it wants to. I think that is also a factor here. Like Israel, like who has been busted the most in the last few decades, literally with espionage, like literally stealing information from the Americans. And who's been busted the most? Not China, not Russia, not North Korea, not Iran. Is not Rail. Is not Rail doesn't really give a fuck about if it treads on the American toes because it knows the US is always going to back it anyway. So if they're doing deals with fucking Russia, if they're doing deals with North Korea, they do deals with China all the time. Like China and Israel trade weaponry all the time. Like it's business, baby, in an industrial military style. So like, yes, if they're doing if they're doing business with Russia, I'm really not surprised at that at all. And like the US is never gonna do anything about it because like, yeah, Israel will literally attack America, like we're talking about like counterintelligence, intelligence warfare on the US, like stealing stuff from the US, probing the Americans, bugging the White House, whatever. And like the US is like, hey, stop it. They're like, all right, fine. We're seeing an end to American democracy. Why is it a stretch to think maybe they have more in common with a fellow dictatorship? Like what, Russia? Like as in you mean, oh, so you think that Russia and America is in bed together? That's your grand theory. And like this is all just a show. And really America is somehow aligning itself with Russia. America has stopped Israel many times before. They don't when it works in their interests. It's that now their interests are completely aligned. Fair enough. Fair enough. Yeah, I get it. I don't see the Americans and the Russians playing the master game here, like in the background. But like, you know, they could be. They definitely could be. Europe is going to find a knife in their back before they take it seriously. Fair enough. Fair enough. All right, so I would like to know if anyone's seen this piece or these comments. But like, so the line is the party line from, I guess, the Republicans on this one is that ICE is doing its job. It's rounding up criminals. And then we're going to look at the Cato Institute's reports on this one. We'll have a quick look. In terms of military force, GDP, and espionage ability, China definitely is a bigger threat. Wonder how those ships around Taiwan are doing. Hey.
Thank you so much. I know that this is a hard figure to have precisely, but ballpark, how many murderers do you believe ICE has rounded up so far?
You know, I have no idea. I can tell you that,
so good.
You know, anywhere between 65 and 70% of everybody we're arresting is a criminal.
What did he say? What did he say?
A lot of murders.
55 to 60%. Was that
70% of everybody we're tell you that, you know, anywhere between 65 and 70%.
Remember that number. 65 and 70% of everyone they're rounding up are criminals.
Everybody we're arresting is a criminal. I know there's been a lot of murders. I wish I had that number because the number's pretty high. But if you look at, we were, you know, deported about 650,000 formal deportations since President Trump's been in office, and you take 65, 70% of that being criminals. That's a lot of bad people we deported.
I'm asking because President Trump said yesterday that there are hundreds of thousands of murderers that ICE is going after.
There's a lot of murders. I just don't have that number with me.
That number seems to keep growing all the time. What do you think is a more realistic number of how many murderers?
I'm not saying the president isn't realistic. I don't have those numbers in front of me.
There are hundreds of thousands of people on the loose who committed murders in the U.S.?
I think we arrest a lot of murderers, and I don't have a number, and I'm not going to comment on President comments. I don't have that data in front of me.
Interesting. So she did press him for it. Let's have a look at this. Let's get that Cato Institute report out again. So he said 60 to 70% of people are murderers. Of like 600,000 people as well. That's amazing. That's like, what, 300, 400,000 people they've detained already, ICE, and deported. Like, what was that? Yeah, that's like 300,000 of them so far have been fucking murderers. 300, they've rounded up 300 to 400,000 murderers. That's mental. So this is Cato at Liberty. So Cato is like, as far as we can tell, right? They're like a libertarian institute, like definitely part of the corporate think tank armada that keeps the American policy machine going. So if there's hundreds of thousands of murderers on the loose, then clearly the pigs aren't doing their job. I guess we should defund them altogether. ACAB. Ding, ding, ding. Yeah, well, there you go. Somebody hasn't been doing their job. Now, here it is from a fucking, this is political establishment stuff here. Cato Institute, as far as I can tell. President Donald Trump premised his mass deportation agenda on the idea that he will be returning millions and millions of criminal aliens. Department of Homeland Security Kristi Noem, for you ninja nerds, that's Kristi with a K and ends with an I, has repeatedly claimed that she's arresting the worst of the worst. New non-public data from the Immigration Customs Enforcement ICE linked to the Cato Institute reveal a different story. Nearly 3 in 4, 73% of people booked into ICE custody this fiscal year since October 1st, 2025, nearly 3 in 4 had no criminal conviction. That is the direct opposite of what the Borders Are dude just said. Like, that is just completely opposite. One of these pricks is lying. It's either the Borders Are, like, who are you going to trust? Like, Borders Are, who's like obviously reputable. The Cato Institution, libertarian cucks to the establishment. Somebody's fucking lying on this one. I don't know. You tell me. Nearly 3 in 4 people arrested by ICE since October the 1st, 2025 has had no criminal conviction. Not murderers, no criminal conviction. Nearly half have no criminal conviction, nor even pending criminal charges. Only 8% had violent or property criminal conviction. 5% had violent criminal conviction. 5%. So unless there are hundreds of thousands of murderers out there that have evaded the cops and actually are murderers known to the state, but they've just been on the loose out there, and they're like somehow coming up as people that have no criminal convictions, but they know they're murderers. Like, this just doesn't stack up. A majority of criminal convicts had vice, immigration, and traffic convictions. And so what's vice? What does vice include? Is that like drugs? Weapons charges? Look at that. 5% of people were actually violent criminals with a conviction. Where did this guy get 60 to 70%? I'm pretty sure he said 60. Let's go on the low number. 60%. 60% of these people that have been deported are murderers. This is some crazy stuff. Vice's gang unit. Okay. There you go. There you go. That's a very different story. Like, do you see, like, there is absolutely, like, not even any basis of reality in the claims that are being made about this type of stuff. So, like, when you go back to the Renee Good situation, and you have someone like Kristi Noem, Donald Trump, like, painting this picture that this woman, Renee Good, was a domestic terrorist and deserved to be shot in the head. Like, you have to question. Like, it's just completely fabricated. There's no basis for anything. I don't think they even believe what they say. They just say it. And it just becomes so bleedingly obvious when you look at shit like this. It just becomes so atrociously obvious when you have for all accounts and purposes, an institute that is just there to back the status quo, like coming out with numbers like this. And then you have a party liner who just regurgitates what needs to be said to support the administration, coming out and say, I don't know, 60, 70%, they're all fucking murderers, who gives a shit? Like, fine. If you want to just do ICE raids and deport people, that's fine. Just do ICE raids and deport people. But, like, don't just say Like the justification has fully been, like, we've heard from lots of people over the last 12 months coming into stream chats and stuff like that, just being like, but they're getting criminals. That's the point. It's like, all right, fine, they're getting criminals. That's good. But like, are they getting criminals, or are they just deporting people because they're they're not supposed to be there? They haven't got the right paperwork. Just call it what it is. They are still illegal though, right? Why does it matter if they're violent or not? I don't know. That's a really good question, Chimichangas. Why does it matter if they're violent? Why would you call them all fucking murderers? Why call them? Why does it matter? That's a really fucking good question. You know why it matters? Because the optics aren't good on this. To convince the American population, it would seem that this is a justifiable endeavor for DHS. It would seem that the only way to convince enough people this is acceptable is just to brandish them as murderers. Be like, look, they're all fucking murderers, so we got to deport them. Why does it matter? Why do you have to call them murderers? Just say, we want to get rid of these people. We just want to get rid of them, because that doesn't cut it. It doesn't cut it. That would be the case, it would seem. Although I agree the misinformation is wild, and it's hard to know what facts are actually true nowadays. If you drive a car towards an officer when they give you an order now then that is a really stupid decision to make. RIP the poor suburban mum. But if you are going to drive a vehicle towards an officer, they will tell you to stop. Again, I don't think anyone's really arguing, disputing the facts of that. Like, if you are, not listening to the orders of law enforcement and all that sort of stuff. But like, where I come from, and I'm not American, so I can't really say that this is part of my culture here, but like, law enforcement, like, their default option is not to shoot someone in the head if they disregard an order. It's just not the default option from where I come from. Play stupid games, win stupid prizes. Just admit you don't like brown people. Chimi. I love all people. I don't care what color you are. Obama deported 3 million people during his presidency, and no one blinked an eye. And fucking Blinky Bill, what's his name? Joe Biden. He deported was it like 2.5 million people, I think, during his presidency as well. So like, whatever. But like, this seems to be to have this show of force of ICE agents on the street, coming into places in potentially the thousands, like, at least 1,500 at the start of the Minneapolis operation. They've ramped it up to about 2,000 now, maybe 2,500 now. In order to have that, to battle the optics of that show of force, you have to say shit like, they're all in murderers. Like, look at all these guys. Look at this guy that's rocked up to get petrol at the petrol station. Obviously, gas. I should say gas station. Obviously a murderer. Look at him. Look at those eyes while he's filling up his gas tank. Obviously a murderer. It's mental. That's the only reason that you have to do this, is because you have to say outrageous shit like this, is because it doesn't convince the average person, it would seem. So it is justified to put a bullet in her brain. He could have shot anywhere else. But he put 3. Yeah, the 3 shots is a bit much. He got to walk away, see his wife and kids. She didn't. I think that's justice. Yeah, it's just the phrasing. The blowback they got after saying they're all criminals just for not having their papers was too much. Now they're lying for optics instead of just doubling down. Yeah, Obama was a piece of shit too. No, it's not justice. It's just a very unfortunate situation. But if you have a car driving towards you and you feel your life is threatened, you would probably pull the trigger too. Would you though? Like, would you? Like, he seemed to be able to literally step out of the way. He did a pretty good job, actually, of stepping out of the way and having time to shoot someone in the head. So, like, I'm going to go with the latter one there. That, like, he did actually have the ability to have an option and move out of the way. There was an ICE agent that got run over the other day and has serious neck injuries. Fair enough. But, like, what's the point of that, though? Like, it happens. They do get run over. Fair enough. They do get run over. And people also die when they get shot by them too. That agent did everything a trained officer would be told not to do. There is no justifying what happened. I don't know, man. My first reaction wouldn't be to cosplay. I was playing COD. I'd probably try to get out of the way of the car. It doesn't convince me that it's justified killing her. KK Online. Remember, resisting arrest would count as violence and would be a charge. So those numbers would be super skewed anyway. All these art sympathizers are getting tiring, mystery. Like every time this conversation comes up, okay? I haven't seen you get tired out by something either, Jag. This is interesting. It's very interesting. It is, I know, but like it's just, that's why I bring this up, because the optics of it have just been like, no, we are doing the right thing here. We're going after the criminals. So like, you know, if there are a few people that are going to get, you know, chewed up in that process and spat out, then fucking so be it. But like, it's not even real. Like you have this guy with the audacity to stand up at a press conference and be like, 60-70% of those motherfuckers that have been deported, they're murderers. These are murderers. How can you question that? And then you have this, and it's like 5% at best. 5%. No, let's be generous. 8%. 8% at best. And that's still mixed in with people that just have property convictions. Call me crazy, but my standards for someone holding a gun is to have training in how not to use it. Yeah, I don't know if he generally should have felt his life threatened, but also, why are you in the car at a protest? It's just dangerous for everyone. I think that's the thing, though. She was like using the car. Like, that's the protest. She was on a public roadway and she's in a car, and they're saying like she's blocking their operations. And that was the act of protest, as opposed to being like, you know, in a crowd or something, right? The point is that they're dealing with very hostile situations, are on the edge when they're just trying to do their job, which is deporting illegal immigrants. Yes, not murderers. Not murderers. Not even violent criminals. They're just illegal immigrants. So they're like people that are being taken off the street, like a mum in a car. Like, that is not a hostile situation. Like a mum in a car, come on. Like, we're talking about people that are supposedly going after violent criminals, and they're worried about, like you said, soccer mums, suburban mum, I think you said, suburban mums. They're worried about. They're worried about Karens. Like, far out. Hostile situations they are creating, they're like morals. No, that's their job, to deport illegals, and people are protesting and getting in their way. Yeah, but like they're operating in, supposedly, a liberal society, a free society. And the people that they are mixing with in the public realm also have the right to be in the public domain. And so like this is something that's got to be factored into their operations here. It's not like, oh, she got in my way, so I shot her in the head. Like, they've got to actually factor this in to their operations, that there are people out there that exist in the public domain and want to exercise their rights in the public domain. So that's got to be factored into their day-to-day. No, none did that to Obama's agents. But I really don't like the way the Trump administration dealt with the situation either. Very insensitive. I think the most outrageous thing is Chimmy, and the most outrageous assessment of the situation is that this person is a domestic terrorist. I don't think we've had anyone defend that. I've never heard anyone, honestly, in this chat anyway, come in and be like, oh yeah, she was definitely a domestic terrorist. But at the same time, if she listened to the directions of the officer, she would still be alive. Spandong, it's also their job to protect the public. She could have run over anyone. She was using deadly force herself, driving erratically. And if she wasn't at a protest in a car blocking ICE operations and let them do their job, she would still be alive. If you can slow down the road, then you can stop them illegally arresting people. Ravi Baby. She was picking up her wife, who was on the street protesting. Video shows her waving ICE vehicles through prior, telling the final car stopping, getting out and shooting her. No one is illegal on stolen land. KK, crazy justifying an execution because someone tried to run away from a psychotic Nazi. Spandog, yeah, but pick her up a couple of blocks away. Don't drive into the protest. Again, cars are dangerous. They kill a lot of people every year. Chimmy, yeah, well, you should give up your house for the Native Americans too, because you're on stolen land. Ravy Baby, nope, she was right to be there where she was. She was not hostile. Her last words were, I'm not mad at you. She had her dog in the back seat. She sped off. Her body slumped from being killed. Jimmy, dumbass lefty logic. All countries enforce their borders. No, they don't. Not all of them. Not all of them. Yeah, calling her a terrorist was absolutely insane. It is fucking insane. It is insane. Jimmy, do you think that she's a terrorist? Is she a domestic terrorist? No Europe or UK at the moment, LOL. There we go. Jimmy, tell us. Was Renee Good a domestic terrorist? Will we have our first? Yeah. Ravy Baby, one officer directed her to drive away. She was waving vehicles through to pass and waved the other vehicle. Waved to the vehicle the shooter was in. She wasn't stopping anyone. There's video evidence at multiple angles. No way, she is not a terrorist. She is someone who made a stupid choice not to listen to police direction. But let's see, there's still consensus on that out of everything. No matter where you sit on the culture war angle on this one, people don't buy the fact that she's a terrorist. So is it likely then, can I ask for all those people that don't think she's a terrorist but still think that she should have been shot in the head? Like, is it likely then that the same people that have called her a terrorist are wrong about their assessment of this situation and like she shouldn't have been shot? Or like that person, how about this? That person wasn't actually under threat. Like his life wasn't in threat, which would therefore somehow justify the use of deadly force. Like, is there room to believe that if they're going to call her a domestic terrorist just to fucking justify their position, is it not also feasible that they would just be making shit up when it came to this person's life being under threat? Is it possible? So I'm not going to say anyone was right or wrong. I'm just saying bringing a car that close to a crowd, whatever the situation, is a bad idea generally. Fair enough. Fair enough. Yeah. Yes. Cars and people. Chimichangas, suck for you because I'm part Indigenous Australian. Now don't you look like a cockhead. There it is. All right. I don't think she should have been shot in the head either. But she made a choice to ignore the police and drive towards them. That's a choice resulted in a consequence. Okay, so you think then that like it was too much shooting her in the head. Okay. It's interesting. Very interesting. There you go. There you go. Okay, so like shooting people in the head, I don't think she should have been, like that was a bad option. Do we want to get into what I said? No one is illegal, including immigrants. Yeah, we can get into that. People are behaving as if police and ICE are perfect and can't do no wrong. It's fucking wild. They aren't angels, bro. They're normal human beings, generally with mental health issues. Ravy baby. So let's say I'm sitting in my car and a bunch of ICE vehicles rock up. I try to leave and an officer tells me to go and I say, okay. But all of a sudden one is trying to open my door and drag me out. You know what's interesting as well, when you see the footage, her partner And it's just like, drive, baby, drive, or go, go, go. Like, you know, she's getting directions from all angles, right? That was directed at Chimmy. Sorry. No, yeah, sorry. Got it. All good. You would let an officer drag you out of your vehicle and deserves execution as punishment? Yeah, nah, mate. Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. I don't know. For me, it's very on the line. I feel like people don't realize how dangerous a car can be, even when there's no intent to cause harm. Don't bring a gun to a protest. Don't bring a car either. But see, that's the thing. Like, I don't think she was part of a protest at that point, like a group protest. Like, the protest was the car, right? That wasn't like her protest being in a car and blocking other cars. Like, it wasn't like the other protests you see that was like person on person. You see like those protesters and they were like, you know, don't come near me, ICE officer kind of thing. And so like it's person blocking person. But like this protest was car blocking car. She was like what's the word? Perpendicular to the sidewalk. And so like she was blocking cars. So that was her protest, right? In a car against cars. Indigenous people are the loudest ones speaking out against ICE. And Dr. Nathan, they don't need to drag you out of your vehicle if you comply. Her partner saw the officer running, gun drawn towards her. Yeah, and she was like, like, get out of here, baby, go. I wonder what factor that was. Also, it wasn't a protest. It was people trying to prevent citizens in their street getting kidnapped. She had just dropped her daughter off at school and went to get her wife, who was on the street. Yeah, I don't know, man. Where's the accountability? The situation went horribly wrong and the guy got pardoned. Why should I comply if there's no accountability? I think that is pretty crazy as well, like the whole complete immunity situation. Isn't that fucking scary? Like usually, or I'm assuming, right, usually, the course of action is somebody's died, they set up an investigation and like the person gets stood down and then they talk about it. But like this, so far it's just been like, nah, FBI's got control of this, federal jurisdiction. Like there's nothing for this dude, like nothing at all. As in like there's no investigation. We don't need to look into it. Nothing to see here. Nothing to see here. Yeah, that kind of makes it worse. If you're using the potentially deadly car to actually affect the protest, definitely don't do that. The argument they're using against Renee Good is the same toxic fuckheads use against sexual assault victims. Nah, fuck those losers. Hello, you have a comment on Kick? I think it's the first ever comment on Kick, and it's just someone with a laughing face. I can't even engage with these MAGA washed numbskulls. They are more of a threat to the future of this country than any illegal immigrant. Yeah, I can. You are at the end of your tether on this one. I can feel it coming out in the chat. She literally waved ICE vehicles in front of her to pass. She wasn't blocking them at all. The last car in the lineup to pass stopped instead of passing. Interesting. Yeah, see, I haven't seen a lot of footage from like before. Like we watched the whole thing afterwards, and for a while afterwards, that guy just walking up and down. Pretty crazy. Pretty crazy. Anyway, I don't want to dwell too much on ICE. I think we've done a lot of that this week. But yeah, all roads seem to lead back to the Renee Good incident at the moment. Yeah, it does. And like, especially when you have this guy saying stuff like that, like what propaganda that is. Like he's just openly or blatantly just saying it. Like, 60% of the people they capture are murderers. Like, who are you fucking, like, why do you even bother? That's fine, dude. I'm not mad at you. Yeah. It's the line of 2026. Up there with I Can't Breathe, right? There's so many angles in the lead up from either side, worth a watch to get the full picture. You notice I didn't make this about identity, Jimmy. You did. I just replied, and you look stupid. This is why outrage identity politics doesn't work. Well, again, don't be so close and don't park perpendicular. You're not using your car as part of a protest, which I also think you shouldn't really do. You're the one that brought up identity politics and announced their indigenous status and are continuing to get me to respond. All right. Moving on to the next topic. But people are still really wanting to talk about Renee, that's for sure. I guess I brought it up. It's my problem. Where did I want to look at? Oh, this one. Yeah. All right. So, as we were discussing, like right at the start, I don't know if everybody was here right at the start, but like talk about confusing posture or confusing signals that's coming out of this guy and his administration at the moment. Like, where do we all sit on Iran? Right? We've literally got a monitor going on with pizza. We've got the fucking pizza watch going on, and pizza watch is going off. We're on DEFCON 3. So obviously there's something happening in the Pentagon at the moment because people are ordering a lot of pizza and it's the middle of the night. We've got reports that like the administration or the US is going to strike Iran in the next 24 hours from European sources. And then we got this. Let's have a look.
We have been notified and pretty strongly, but we'll find out what that all means. But we've been told that the killing in Iran is stopping, and it's stopped, and it's stopping. And there's no plan for executions or an execution or executions. So I've been told that on good authority. We'll find out about it. I'm sure if it happens, we'll all be very upset, including you will be very upset, but that's just gotten to me, some information that the killing has stopped, that the executions have stopped. They're not going to have an execution, which a lot of people were talking about for the last couple of days. Today was going to be the day of execution.
You've been talking about
another piece of information that I think is very important is the leaker has been found and is in jail right now. And that's the leaker on Venezuela. And a very bad leaker. So there could be some others, and we'll let you know about that. We're hot on their trail. But the leaker has been found, and the leaker's in jail. And will probably be in jail for a long time. Let's see what happens.
There you go. So like now all of a sudden the quick U-turn is, oh look, they're not killing anyone anymore. And remember the last few days, it was like they've killed 48 people. They've killed 600, like the next day, they've killed 648 people. Next minute, they've killed 2,000 people. Next minute after that, they've killed 20,000 people. Like it was just fucking exponential in a few days, the reports of how many people. And then all of a sudden, they've stopped the killings. They're like, okay, we've reached our threshold. We're happy with 20,000. That's all right. And he's so chill about it. He's like, do we need to do anything about this now? We've gone from fucking 48 to 20,000 people dying in the space of a few days. But they've stopped. They've turned the tap off. They left the death tap on and they've turned it off. And so we don't have to worry about it anymore. Don't worry about it. Oh, he needs to get in there if he's going to. Seriously, why should I? The regime is cracking down. I'm sorry you cannot tell me that this orange man is not some kind of lizard. What gives you that vibe? Hey, lizard man vibe. America is a country, it has borders, it's legally allowed to enforce them. That is the world we live in currently. Whilst I agree that the Aboriginals had the whole balance with nature and living in harmony things sorted out, we don't live in that world anymore. Personally, I would go back to that world if we had the choice, but it's impossible. I understand your point, but I don't think it's that simple. Trust goes both ways. 4AS, well, I hope for your own sake that if you do get pulled over, that you'll comply. Stay safe out there. He totally said liquor. Yeah, I know, at the first, and then changed it to liquor. We have a liquor. Like, what was that about? And what's he even talking about? Does anyone actually know what he's talking about here? Yeah, what was that about? The whole Venezuelan liquor thing. Has someone been leaking information about the Venezuelan operations from his administration? We've just heard Trump make some claim that they have captured a leaker, someone who's potentially been leaking information about the Venezuelan operations or situation from the Trump administration. Do you have any idea what he is speaking about? Very brief response, please. Dementia. Oh, that's all it is? Yeah, he's referring to a recent arrest of a suspected leaker of classified U.S. information relating to the U.S. operations involving Venezuela. He said the person has been identified and is in jail, and federal authorities are still investigating and may pursue additional suspects. What the fuck? Has anyone heard about this? The Pentagon, a Pentagon contractor with security clearance, has been arrested and charged with unlawfully retaining and leaking classified government material concerning Venezuela. The FBI executed a search warrant on the home of a journalist connected to this investigation, though the journalist isn't the target. It's all Fox News, Financial Times, Breitbart. No way. Okay, so it's coming from, I don't know, Trump line, like people that do the Trump line, I guess. New war in the Middle East? What do you think? Like, what do you mean by new war? Like, did the old one ever stop? You tell me, thinking Mark. Give me an actual understanding of what you're questioning there. Fair question. But, like, you're talking about Iran? Like, whether they're going to strike it? Because the bets are on. The bets are on. On the night of the attack, the only communication was to NYT. There were leakers telling other outlets that what was going on because NYT refused to report. Interesting. Right. Very interesting. I wonder what he's going on. It did end with Iran and Israel. I believe another one will start. Ah, so you just mean between those two. Right. Okay. Fair enough. Yeah, I guess you're right. Like, considering then all of the stuff that has happened, it is highly likely that the US is planning to strike Iran. So yes, it might happen very soon. I don't care where you are from or what your identity is. Your logic is flawed. The leaks were happening in real time. I was watching our ABC report on it. Interesting. As in, you mean like if someone was leaking information, it wasn't just the press doing what the press does and reporting on the situation? That's interesting. Let's have a look here. Do you reckon this is legit?
All right, this is a Fox News alert. This breaking just as we're coming on the air tonight. We have learned that there was an ICE-involved shooting in Minneapolis. We go live to Alexis McAdams. She is live on the ground with the details. Alexis, I've just been looking at these images that we're just getting a hold of now, and we'll keep them up for our audience to see. It looks like things are, spiraling out of control very quickly there.
Another one? I don't know. This is like,
well, Sean, that's the thing,
like,
is it
this
ebbs
is
and
32
flows. So
minutes
one minute,
old.
there's a small protest at the federal building. The next minute, these people with whistles and an agenda show up to these different sites across the city. That's what DHS has been saying. What we know right now from our colleague Bill Malugin, who just got off the phone with his federal sources, Sean, is that a man who was a target of an ICE operation from Venezuela, who ICE says was in the country illegally, was a target in this operation here in Minnesota. So they go to the door. That's when they say this Venezuelan migrant held up a shovel, tried to assault one of their agents. And you can hear those chants there in the background as protesters show up. That's when they say use the shovel to try and assault the agent. Shots were fired. This Venezuelan teen, we're told, was shot in the leg, expected to be okay. Bill Malugin telling me there's actually a picture that a source texted him of this guy on a stretcher smiling, kind of giving a thumbs up as he's taken away to the hospital. So we'll get more on what's going on there at the scene. But it's become aggressive here, and I saw it today when I was on the ground with law enforcement here, with ICE agents here in.
We are getting some news from the city of Minneapolis and from Fox's Bill Malugin. Let's start with the city. They say, we are aware of reports of a shooting involving federal law enforcement in North Minneapolis. We're working to confirm additional details. There have
Like somebody
been...
getting shot in the leg. Like, that's not really like, is that breaking news in the US? Like, that's just like, that must just happen on the regular, right? Someone getting shot by law enforcement. I just got home. What? Another one? Look, I don't think it's, you know, the same type of stuff we're talking about here. From what we understand, which is like we are literally just looking at this now, is that there was a Venezuelan illegal migrant who was at his house, and an ICE officer or ICE officers went to, I guess, confront him, arrest him, whatever. And he had a shovel and he was like, get off my lawn, like kind of thing. And then they shot him in the leg, and then they took him away on a stretcher to a hospital, and he was like, I got shot in the leg. That's according to Fox.
Reports
We're learning
of another ICE-involved shooting. Fox's Bill Malugin with a little more context.
no, already Jimmy already on it, just waiting for liberals to justify this one by saying the guy was just trying to peacefully dig a hole with his shovel when the evil ICE agents attacked. Well, like, look, it's plausible. He could have literally in the middle of the night been just trying to dig a hole. And then they shot him. They were doing what journos do, but they were directed not to speak to anyone as the Trump admin hadn't claimed responsibility for it yet. Yeah, they haven't designated him as a domestic terrorist yet. I'm told by 4 law enforcement sources there has been another ICE-involved shooting in Minneapolis tonight. I'm told ICE was making contact with a target who then allegedly assaulted an officer with a shovel or swung a shovel. Shots were fired. I love that phrase. Shots were fired. And the suspect ran back to a house. No info yet if anyone was actually shot. Shots were fired.
I'm told by 4 law enforcement sources there has been another ICE-involved shooting in Minneapolis tonight. I'm told ICE was making contact with a target who then allegedly assaulted an officer with a shovel or swung a shovel. Yet, preliminary suspects, believed to be Venezuelan, was indeed shot, but is okay, stable, and is now in custody. So, these live images are from the scene of where this took place, and it does in fact appear that there's protesters. I just saw a firework. Well, I've got 4 different vantage points of this area, by the way. You know what, let's pull up the audio on this one. Looks like things are getting a little more active on this camera.
So what's this? 30... This is 40 minutes ago, it says? They look pretty fresh, I guess. QBQ. They're just begging for more drama. So pretty quiet Wednesday in the US then, I guess.
To the area where that shooting or that
pretty
shots fired
normal
incident took place.
Wednesday in the US, apparently.
Clearly, this group of protesters advancing forward, screaming F ICE.
Oh my god. Screaming F ICE and moving forward. Now we're starting to see different developments here, Bob. They are now surrounding the vehicle. Ooh, fireworks, Bob. Actually, I'll let them do the commentary.
Governor Tim Walz, earlier this evening, about an hour and a half ago,
Mohammed
making an
next?
address to
Mohammed
Minnesotans. He said he had 4
next?
messages
Hang on.
for Minnesotans amid these tense times. The governor saying President Trump wants this chaos and confusion on the streets. And he also said protesters need to be peaceful. It did appear to me like they were throwing some snow.
I'm good, thanks. I'm from Iran. Fuck. There's a target. Wait, from Iran? Like you're actually contacting us from the internet blocked Iran, or like you're Iranian somewhere else? Okay, right, got it. What's your position on, like, should the US take out? I moved 5 months ago. Timing, eh? Yeah, what's your position
that's
on the,
something that
like, the
we've
whole
been seeing.
situation in Iran? If you don't mind us asking, I would like to know more. Ravy baby, that's where early reports that America were coming in, while the Pentagon said, "I don't know what you're talking about." Wow. Okay. Now I know what you're talking about. Sorry, all I heard was an illegal South American at my house. He was invited over on Grindr. Oh my god. I smell another interview. I didn't call my family or any friends 7 days. Exactly what happened with the Gen Z protesters in Nepal. I don't know. Like, do you have a position though? Like, do you support the protests at the moment? Do you think that the US should step in and take away the Islamic Republic? I would like to know more. Yes, I fully support the protests. That's what you're talking about? Yes. I asked too many questions too fast. I should just ask one at a time. Make life easier. Yes, I fully support the protests. Okay, right. And do you think they should go back to the Shah? Like, do you want your country to reintroduce the monarchy? Remember back when we had leadership spills every second week, and that was dramatic? Yeah. They were simpler times. For sure, Ayatollah should go. But, like, do you replace the Ayatollah with something new? Or do we go back to monarchy? Ayatollah should go. Interesting. How about we get to do live interviews on here? That's crazy. Shah, 100%. Make Iran great again. Interesting. That's an interesting take on this one.
For days now, as these demonstrations continue in Minneapolis.
All right, let's just play the footage in the background. I want to talk to Muhammad next. Yeah, it is interesting. Very interesting. What do you think about the economic situation? Do you think the government, the current regime, is responsible for the shit economy? $12,000 people died in a few days. There it is. There's the one. Admin, can we make a mystery movement emoji of him saying interesting? Yeah, I know, that's one of my go-tos, isn't it? Interesting. I like to see the people move towards democracy instead of back to monarchy. The Shah's son wants to do whatever the people want, though. Trump out there here stealing billions, and we had Utegate. Yeah, we've been told 2,400. Day before it was like 600. Then it was 12. There was 20,000 yesterday that was circulating yesterday. So Muhammad next is saying 12,000, but we had up to 20,000 the other day. Can you tell us, what do you think? Yeah, first of all, what sparked all of this was the economic interest. Thanks for covering this. No worries. Thanks for chatting. This is the first time I've actually had somebody who claims to be Iranian speaking about this. Why you using number from Saudi-funded organization? You really Iranian? Why you want an American puppet in charge? I know it's going for up and up. From the same admin, there is no starvation in Gaza. Yeah, drop your propaganda. Yeah, actually, Mohammed next. Can you tell me, where did you get the figure of 12,000 from? Did you hear that from family? Did you hear that from the news? What I can do, brother. I don't have power. Or when you spend $1 billion a year funding terrorism worldwide instead of investing in your nation, then it's no surprise there will be economic problems. Jimmy, come on. What about the sanctions? That's the only reason that they're in economic turmoil is because they fund terrorism instead of investing in the nation. My God. You got it from the news. Ah, okay, fair enough. I was hoping that you had some type of source that we don't have access to. But all we've got is the news as well. Mama, can I ask you, what did you think about the economic situation? Is that why you left Iran 5 months ago? How was the economic situation? Jag, imagine the economic issues if a country spent 1 trillion on funding terrorism. Boom, there it is. Eh? 1 trillion? Where'd you pull that number from? I thought that was just a military budget. Oh, wait. I get it. So good. Chimichangas, did I say it? Have you watched any of the videos? There are millions of people revolting in the streets right now, and you are trying to blame America, LOL. There is no war in Ba Sing Se. Is that a Avatar reference? Is that what I'm hearing? Mohammed, can you please just let me know? Did you leave? Why did you leave Iran? Did you leave because of economic issues? Can I ask? I would like to know what you think of the economic situation. Like, we do have a lot of new people on here. So if you are watching this for the first time, if you're watching this on YouTube, hit the like button and make sure you can subscribe. And if you want to drop propaganda with us and help join our conversation, make sure you do. I am not commenting on what you said, replying to a Dr. Nathan. Leaves on the vine. Yeah. All right. Like I said, if you're new here, come and join our Discord community. Make sure you follow or subscribe wherever you're watching from. Damn. Is Mohammed still there? Muhammad. That's a sick way of saying it. Muhammad. Mad, bro. Fully mad, cuz. That 12,000 number comes from Iran International, a Saudi-backed news organization. Human Rights Watch estimating 750. Also, like I'm telling you, we got estimates of like 20,000 yesterday. I saw it coming out. Sky News Australia. That 12,000 number comes. Oh, wait, I just read that. I don't doubt people have died. But who? I think we've lost Muhammad. Damn. We had an interview for a bit there, right? We had an interview for a bit. All right, so back to this one. Eh? So there's been a shooting, another shooting in Minneapolis. Crazed lunatic with a shovel comes out. I wonder if there's any statement yet from the Trump administration on this one. He brings up a good point. Have we seen any analysis from Al Jazeera yet? I feel like we have a lot from CNN and BBC. Like on Iran, we tried to look at stuff from Al Jazeera on Iran yesterday. We watched as much as we could. And like the best commentary that came out of Al Jazeera was like, if anyone thinks that it's like all of Iran rising up against the evil regime and they're all unified beyond this, like on this one, then it's definitely not the case, because there's so many different political positions. Like there are some people that are monarchists, there's some people who want to bring back like the Shah, there's some people that just want to displace the Islamic Republic, there are heaps of people that want to keep the Islamic Republic but they just think they could do things better, and there's people that like want, you know, say goodbye to the Islamic Republic and all the monarchists and everyone else all together, and they want to bring in a new revolutionary society in Iran. So like he was just saying, like if there are protesters out there, they're not unified. And if they're being violent, then, you know, it's because they are all uncoordinated. And like we also saw things from, who was it? It was Russian. It was a commentator that was, no, it was Indian news source on it. And they were making the claims that like it's undisputable that Mossad is on the ground interfering there. And the violence or the civil unrest is completely being, since the initial uprising or the initial kind of protests, like Mossad has been in there agitating and keeping it going. Han always coming in with the witty remarks. Han, never bring a shovel to a gunfight. Could you imagine though, like what would happen? Like what would the consequences be if they actually brought a gun to this one? Like there was some type of shootout between a Venezuelan and ICE officers? Oh my God, we never hear the fucking end of it. Eh?
Voted for. I mean, if you're a Trump voter and
Never hear the end of it. My God. Indoctrination and Chimmy going hard today, you two. Such a good point. You can't unify 100% of the population. Just look at One Nation. Yeah, the IRGC numbers have always been lower than what it turned out to be in the end, and that's already way higher than 750. Saying less than 1,000 deaths is insane. Yeah, people are pissed off in Minneapolis right now, hey? Minnesota, they are pissed off. We don't have any more information on this at the moment, do we? Apart from like one report.
I need to turn to this breaking news though. You can see it on your screen here.
Oh my God, this is Sky News Australia, seriously.
There are reports at least one person has been injured in a shooting involving ICE agents in Minneapolis. Alexis McAdams spoke to our colleagues at Fox News, our affiliate there. This is the interview with Sean Hannity.
1 minute, you know, there's a small protest at the federal building. The next minute, these people with whistles and an agenda show up to these different sites across the city. That's what DHS has been saying. What we know right now from our colleague Bill Malugin, who just got off the phone with his federal sources, Sean, is that a man who was a target of an ICE operation from Venezuela, who ICE says was in the country.
We already saw this.
Illegally, was a target in this operation here in Minnesota. So they go to the door. That's when they say this Venezuelan migrant held up a shovel, tried to assault one of their agents. And you can hear those chants there in the background as protesters show up. That's when they say use the shovel to try and assault the agent. Shots were fired. This Venezuelan teen, we're told, was shot in the leg, expected to be okay. Bill Malugin telling me there's actually a picture that a source texted him of this guy on a stretcher smiling, kind of giving a thumbs up as he's taken away to the hospital. So we'll get more on what's going on there at the scene. But it's become aggressive here. And I saw it today when I was on the ground with law enforcement here, with ICE agents here in Minnesota.
Go to the real news. What does Peter Credlin think about all this from a trans perspective?
Minnesota. It's something we've been keeping an eye on as it continues to grow. But it comes as the governor here, Tim.
The twist, the shovel was one of those kiddie beach sand shovels. Like tiny plastic shovel. Defend yourself. So good. Oh my God. Han, this is some of your best
also
material.
Under investigation in this huge fraud scheme here, Sean. Just told people, hey, these are just our neighbors, and if you see them getting arrested, take out your cell phone and record. Watch.
Armed, masked, undertrained ICE agents are going door to door, ordering people to point out where their neighbors of color live.
Always welcome.
They're pulling over people indiscriminately, including U.S. citizens.
Han, you won over the moderators, bro. You can say anything and you'll never be shut down. Microplastics are deadly. Oh my God. How could Dan Andrews and Hassan Piker do this? Fucking hilarious.
And demanding to see their papers. And if you see these ICE agents in your neighborhood, take out that phone and hit record.
I want to bring you the scenes that are coming in right now on the streets of Minneapolis. You can see here federal authorities on the ground. This has been an incredibly tense situation for more than a week now after the shooting by a federal ICE agent of the 37-year-old Renee Good, a US citizen. This has been the subject of much dispute in the United States, and things have been incredibly tense in the state of Minnesota. Now, the US Trump administration has not taken a backward step. They defended the officer, saying
So, well, hold on. The Shah's son isn't pushing for a monarchy. He has the support of the people because he's willing to do whatever the people want. Yes. Fair enough. Convenient, though, to say that from the other side. Hey, look, I don't care what the people want as long as they depose that regime. We'll talk about organization later. Hey, federal authorities, Trump's personal army, hey, private militia.
Blocking the view there of federal authorities, we had seen protesters as well a short time ago in front to the left of your screen of where you can see these federal agents. So things incredibly tense on the ground. As it comes to this latest development, though, Minneapolis authorities, the city, saying it's aware of the reports of the shooting involving federal law enforcement in North Minneapolis. And as you heard our colleague from Fox News reporting there from the ground, that they believed this was to do with a Venezuelan migrant who had been shot. Other reports coming from CBS News saying that this person has been shot in the leg by ICE officers in North Minneapolis as a part of what's being called Operation Metro Surge. So incredibly moving developments on the ground here. It's hard to get a sense of exactly how big this protest action has been in Minneapolis, but it has certainly been a tense situation there. We're going to continue to bring you the latest news on the ground in the United States and monitor developments closely.
By the look of it. And for what reason? Because they're going after murderers? Is that right? Hey?
Okay,
They've deported, what was it, 600,000 people, 60% of them violent criminals, i.e. murderers, according to the Border Czar. And that's why it's all happening, because of that purpose, the chaos, absolute chaos.
Agents remain on the scene, a good number of them, because you have seen in Maury Glover's, where his location is and his camera vantage point, the agents have a perimeter set up. They have also been, and this is...
Oh, is this the guys?
Is this more... Okay, so we've watched those flashbangs, and we've seen protesters letting off fireworks. So there is some volatility going on between protesters who've gathered at the scene.
What was that footage that we just saw? They aren't going after murderers or even immigrants. They're enforcing NPSM7. Hey? Don't tread on me. Yeah, what was going on in that scene that we just saw there? That's why he had a shovel. He was just trying to help dig down and search the metro. They're using extremely soft language for something horrific. Is that the footage, though?
They go back up to the perimeter line again.
Yeah, we're seeing some pretty active scenes now in that 5-box that we have on your screens at home, folks. The one scene, I think you witnessed our photographer go down on the ice as they were backing up again. More chemical irritants were being deployed, and people were trying to back up along with our crew. That's the big box you can see there on the left side of your screens. And you can see that the agents, and there's another one that was deployed. Some of this is fireworks, too, that are being thrown by protesters as well. So sometimes it's hard to tell exactly what's happening there and what's coming from whom. But it is a situation out there that is extremely volatile right now from an incident that occurred 2.5 hours ago.
And so we're trying to get additional information as much as we possibly can to understand the full picture of this. We do have the Department of Homeland Security has told us what happened earlier tonight at 6:50, and that they have a subject in the hospital who was shot by an officer who feared for his life after he had been ambushed. Again, this started with a traffic stop trying to take an illegal alien, according to DHS, from Venezuela into custody. That subject then crashed and then fled the scene. And then once the officer was trying to take that person into custody, 2 people ran out of a nearby apartment, also started attacking law enforcement with a snow shovel and broom. And as the officer was being ambushed, DHS says that the officer then fired a shot to defend his own life.
But
and
finally
the
getting
3
the news.
subjects then got up and went and barricaded themselves in an apartment. So the officer is in the hospital, the person from Venezuela who was shot in the hospital, 2 other attackers in custody. We're waiting to hear from just local law enforcement too, because they do respond for crowd control, and we haven't heard from local law enforcement yet.
And Courtney's on our scene. She can't come to us right now. As you can see, that largest scene there is very active. There's been a lot of chemical irritants released. We've seen the fireworks that have been thrown at ICE agents. Right now, in the top right hand of your screen, someone's just being taken down by federal officials that tried to rush the area there. So it is happening very quickly. Kelsey, you were on the air when the governor spoke at 7 o'clock, and he had a message for Minnesota.
Yeah, so in addition to all of this, and again, every day there are multiple things that are happening at the same time as this operation continues, and there is a presence of 2,000 to 3,000 agents in the metro. The governor called a 7 o'clock address for the state of Minnesota. He did not take any questions. It was just an address to the people that lasted 7 minutes. He said that he's addressing the people directly, saying that he is worried that people are being pulled over indiscriminately, and that he called the situation an occupation. He aired his feelings, saying the Trump administration wants confusion and chaos. But he also put a call out to people saying, do go out, witness what is happening. And he specifically asked for citizens to record with their cell phone what is happening. And he said these words, because we are collecting that information for potential prosecution in the future. And again, it lasted about 7 minutes. And again, the scene, again, we're seeing ICE officials now moving
physically
forward.
Moving people back now, forming a line and physically moving people back away from presumably the scene of where the alleged assault took place on a federal agent by what is described as a potential arrest of a Venezuelan immigrant that
what are the odds this person was going to be Venezuelan?
For that federal agent and the Venezuelan immigrant. Both are in the hospital, HCMC right now. The immigrant with a gunshot wound to the leg. We don't know the extent of the injuries.
So was he shoveling snow?
Allegedly
and they were like, drop the weapon.
The immigrant,
yeah, I know, right? What the fuck was going on? Integer, how you going? C told you. Took 10 minutes. Took 10 minutes for what? Did I call it or not? But like what? Like what assumptions are you making about people trying to understand something that there's no information on? What's your call on this one, Chibi? Eh? What's your call, Chimmy? So far, we've heard from this statement
and
that like they were arresting someone else. Is that what we just heard? Then they were arresting somebody else, and then 2 crazed people came out of their house with a shovel and a broom and started attacking ICE agents. For someone to say the man innocently shoveling and not threatening an officer with a shovel. Like, do you listen to yourself and your thought process? You have no information at all. Like, we have 0 information on this situation. And, like, you're already calling this person, like, calling it crazy that someone could be innocently shoveling snow. Like, why is that outrageous? In the face of no facts at the moment, why is that outrageous to say that? Oh, my God. What if it's true? What if they were innocently shoveling snow? Seriously.
And asking for a temporary restraining order in an attempt to bring an end to the ICE surge. Federal judge listened to the arguments, did not issue that temporary restraining order, but more arguments are scheduled in hearings in federal court in the days to come. Also yesterday, a big resignation at the U.S. Attorney's Office, 6 attorneys leaving the U.S. Attorney's Office, and that includes a lead prosecutor, Joe Thompson, and the New York Times saying that the departures stem from directives from top federal officials officials to staff members after the killing of Renee Good by
Oh, the
ICE
fucking
agent Jonathan
statement.
Ross.
I don't know how to get
and
the statement.
That is according to sources that have been reported by the New York Times. Our reporter saw Joe Thomas.
I don't know how to get the statement myself, unless somebody can help me find this. But here's the DHS statement. News reporter Bill Manning took to X to share a statement. The DHS shared with the outlet, shedding light on the shooting. 6:50 p.m. CT. Federal law enforcement officers were conducting a targeted traffic stop in Minneapolis of an illegal alien from Venezuela who was released into the country by Joe Biden. So good. In an attempt to evade arrest, the subject fled the scene in his vehicle and crashed into a parked car. The subject then fled on foot. While the subject and law enforcement were in a struggle on the ground, two subjects came out of a nearby apartment and also attacked the law enforcement officer with a snow shovel and a broom handle. As the officer was being ambushed and attacked by two individuals, the original subject got loose and began striking the officer with a shovel or a broomstick. It adds, fearing for his life and safety. Oh, we've heard this line before. As he was being ambushed by three individuals. Just like, what was it? What did they say in the original statement? Renee Good had surrounded, one person had surrounded and attacked multiple ICE agents. Fearing for his life and safety as he was being ambushed by three individuals, the officer then fired defensive shots to defend his life. The initial subject was hit in the leg. The three individuals then allegedly ran back into the apartment and barricaded themselves inside, while the officer and the suspect, who was shot, are both in hospital. Both the attackers are in custody. This attack on another brave member of law enforcement took place while Minnesota's top leaders, Governor Walton, Mayor Fry, were actively encouraging organized resistance to ICE. Federal law enforcement officers, DHS, say their hateful rhetoric and resistance against men and women who are simply trying to do their job must end. Federal law enforcement officers are facing 1,300% increase in assaults against them as they put their lives on the line to arrest criminals and lawbreakers. To arrest criminals, what is it? Those 60% of people that are actually murderers, not the reported 5% from your own stats that are criminals. It's crazy. It's crazy. Firing defensive shots. Firing defensive shots. So good. How do you fire defensive shots? Seems pretty aggressive. Oh man, that's hilarious. Don't know what I'm doing. I would have fucking fled too. How you going? How you going? It's good to have you. Welcome to the stream. The stream's getting completely derailed now. We've just heard there's another shooting going on.
Scarier for people. I know for me, the calls I got from my constituents, everyone was scared. This isn't the ward that I represent, but people want someone to show up and let them know what's going on.
And what's your purpose in being here? What are you trying to do?
My purpose
He's
is
in the
to
house. I saw the video last night of an Insta of ICE holding a gun, a guy down while another ICE officer ran his legs over in the car. He was screaming loud as... No way. That's fucked. Yes, that is not an oxymoron. You can fire a gun in defense. Yeah, but like firing defensive shots, like, you know, like in sport where they say the best offense is a good defense. Like, which one is it? You know, you're firing. Would it be hence firing something is like not a form of defense if you're actually firing. I would say if someone swung a shovel at you first and then you shot them, that would be a defensive shot. Yeah, I think we're confusing like language with reality here. Obviously you can fire something in defense, but the idea of firing is not technically a defensive action. Like if you're like doing martial arts and you're blocking someone who's like trying to hit you, that's defensive, right? You're like you're being aggressed and you're defending yourself. Like shots are not technically, when you fire something, it's technically not defensive maneuver. But yes, of course you can fire defensive shots. Okay, let's not split hairs on this one. Let's not get too involved.
Now look.
Gunfire, that is just an action that they
I
perform.
can feel the tear gas in my eyes, and it got a little bit in my throat, but obviously not as bad as some of the folks who had ventured up a little bit closer.
You are associating fire with offense. Oh my God.
We can tell you we had some video.
You have an argument point for everything, don't you, Jimmy? Hey? Hey? Firing something. If you're firing something, you can't see how that is antithetical to the idea of defense. If you can't see how language works, then we can't talk about this particular matter. I'm sorry. All right, I don't know if we're going to get any other information on this situation, to be honest. It's as far as we go with this one.
From a neighbor were sent to some of our reporters here at
This is an
KARE 11.
hour ago,
Someone
this one.
that lives in that area. Those videos came in 45 minutes ago to an hour ago. And what we saw at that time was MPD trying to set up a perimeter around a house at 24th and Lyndale. And the neighbors reported that they had heard gunshots. We have not confirmed that yet. We know the city of Minneapolis, as we said they are aware of reports of a shooting involving federal law enforcement. We want to be very careful and not report anything until we have it confirmed. That's what we're hearing. Then the videos from neighbors in that area showed a very large presence of MPD, and they were going to neighbors that live near that home at 24th and Lyndale who were out on their lawns, saying, get back in your house, because at the time it was still a very active scene. We know that a lot of the neighbors we could hear on that tape were saying that they didn't want to go back in their house unless they were required to. A lot of questioning of those MPD officers saying, do I not have a legal right to be on my lawn? And officers saying back that they wanted them to go in their homes because of their own safety.
You are the one that isn't understanding the language and conflating firing with offense when it's just a thing that a gun does. Firing, noun, action of setting fire to something. The deliberate firing of 600 oil wells. 2, the discharging of a gun or a weapon. Oh my God. Wow. Yeah, get back in your house so I can illegally raid it. Jimmy, what are you even trying to do here? Seriously. We have had you on, we've entertained you, and you're not even talking in good faith anymore. Like, at least the least you could do is just try to have a proper conversation with people. You're not even bothering. No, I don't think so.
Activity in our state and in very strong terms, saying it's been traumatic for the community, and he called it an invasion, and again encouraged Minnesotans to show up and record what ICE agents are doing in Minnesota. We know there's a lot of information flying around online right now on social media, people reporting what they believe has happened
Joe Hockey
at this scene, but all we can confirm right now is that
Joe Hockey is calling the next US ambassador to replace Kevin Rudd. Should be Peter Dutton. Oh my God. God help us. Yeah, it is difficult to have a good faith discussion when you have to stick to your propaganda line, I guess. But like, we've been welcoming. We've tried. Like, you're not even trying, Jimmy. Not even fucking trying. Hypocrisy only works on people who care about logical consistency and just getting their way. No, not Peter Dutton. No. Reported in The Age. Wow.
we know that one law enforcement source said that they had been MPD
Bob
had requested
Carr
their tactical
wouldn't
team respond to the
Israel
scene.
would not let that happen.
And as Joe McCoy just showed you, you could see lots of pepper spray being deployed.
Where is the propaganda? I just gave you the logic and the definition, and you were mad that you were wrong. How did you prove anything wrong?
Man was
when did you prove anything wrong? Honestly. See you later. See you later.
Shot in the leg and is in the hospital tonight, as well as a law enforcement officer that DHS says was attacked by two people who came out of an apartment building while they were trying to apprehend this subject.
Could you
that they
imagine
say
this
is
situation?
here
I wish there was
illegally
fucking footage of this one. So we got someone who was like being apprehended in their car. They've sped off and then they crashed into something, got out of the car. Then there was like a one-on-one fight between a person and an agent, and then two people came out of a house or an apartment and started hitting the agent with shovels and brooms, and then the agent's overwhelmed, and then the person, the target, got up and then got their shovel out and started hitting the ICE agent, who then started firing on people. This is interesting. This is really interesting. This is amazing. It's amazing how much leftist Discord is just them pretending not to understand things, thus making discourse impossible. I love this comment. Where did that comment come in? Hey? Yeah, bro, you can use all the logic and definitions and truth that you want. At the end of the day, they somehow twist it. Baffles me. I thought you had to go. Hey? So much for logic and twisting things. Come on, get out of here. Unless you want to stay. Hey? Can't help yourself, can you? Go on, get out of here. Go on, see you later. Just wanted to respond to my guy. No. Go. See you later. No more chatting from you unless you actually want to speak. Brooms, who the hell was barricaded in there? Han is our guy, not yours. If they keep raiding high schools, it'll only be a matter of time before they run into one with 15-year-old white boys looking to make everyone remember their name. It's not my comment. It's just a comment I love using when talking to a leftist because it fits so often. Han, savage commentary.
Venezuela. This whole thing started unfolding at about 6:50 tonight, and as you can see, we had people on the scene, I would say maybe 45 minutes after that. At the time, there were a handful of people who had started blowing whistles and obviously alerting others that there was a big ICE presence in that neighborhood in North Minneapolis, in the Hawthorne neighborhood. Our Joe McCoy has been on scene there,
story over and over again.
coming up on a couple hours
Department of
almost
Homeland
now.
Security. Or maybe we can
has
actually
certainly
read the
seen-
statement itself.
Again, DHS is saying that they were trying to apprehend that.
Yeah, law enforcement were conducting a targeted traffic stop in Minneapolis of an illegal alien from Venezuela. It was released into the country by Joe Biden. Could you imagine Joe Biden in the middle of the night? Just be like, hey, quickly, come, go. Joe, what were you doing? Nothing. I was just down by the border, Mexico way. We love that shit. Look, what the fuck? Why can't we have the whole statement? Look, can somebody who is way more better at finding stuff than me find the DHS comments, please? The fuck? Every time I think about Peter Credlin, look at that image. Supreme Leader, we have the right to shoot domestic terrorists who protest challenge the legitimacy of our system. So good. Biden was squinting too hard and couldn't see anything. Like, I don't know. That's why he always looked tired. He was secretly up all night sneaking in migrants. He's just hanging out at the border. Yes, every time I attempt a good faith argument, the end result is me getting kicked in the balls by infantile expressions of emotional outbursts. Han, hey, I feel betrayed. Hey, it's not like that. Do we on this chat here kick you in the balls with infantile expressions? Huh? I feel betrayed. It feels like they said, quick, mention Biden. Yeah, can someone find me the fucking DHS response? I really want to read it. No, I just troll here. Ouch. Hey, you're making me cry, brother. You're making me cry. Alright, I need to find this.
ICE officer. And they said all of this started unfolding at 6:50 p.m. our time. Again, this was in the Hawthorne neighborhood. So according to federal law enforcement, I don't know if we still have Sky 11 up. If we could get a shot from Sky 11 so people can keep their eye on the scene, that would be great. As I will read to you in full what the Department of Homeland Security sent to us of what they say happened tonight in North Minneapolis. They said federal law enforcement officers were conducting a targeted traffic stop in Minneapolis of an illegal alien from Venezuela who was released into the country by Joe Biden in 2022. In an attempt to evade arrest, the subject fled the scene in his vehicle and crashed into a parked car. That subject, they say, then fled on foot. The law enforcement officer...
It's good to get perspective, mate. That doesn't work. Mention Obama. And if that doesn't work, Michelle
according to
is a man.
DHS, while the subject and law enforcement were in a struggle on the ground, 2 subjects came out of a nearby apartment and also attacked the law enforcement officer with a snow shovel and a broom handle. As the officer was being ambushed and attacked by the 2 individuals, the original subject got loose and began striking the officer with a shovel or a broomstick.
Or a broomstick. Shovel, broomstick, I don't know. Something with a large handle. Who gives a fuck? It doesn't matter, does it? It's so good. Oh, my God. Yeah, did Chimichanga start talking about people saying things about like Obama? Oh, we didn't. Oh, yeah, that's right. It's like no one cared when Obama deported people, or Biden. That's right. Yeah. Well, actually, we have looked into that.
Life and safety as he was being ambushed by 3 individuals. The officer fired defensive...
Like, do you believe this? What? Like, it doesn't seem plausible after what we saw before, that like there was just 1 ICE agent and 3 people on top of 1 ICE agent. Like, who is this lone wolf ICE agent? Normally there's fucking like 10 of them standing around somewhere. There's a lone wolf ICE agent out there who, instead of like actually just getting the gun out and threatening people, was gonna like actually engaged in fisticuffs with this person who's been apprehended, and then took on 3 people. This guy, whoever this ICE agent is like, you know, they are one fearless motherfucker, taking on 3 people and then deciding to get the gun out to start firing. Like, this does not go down with the other ICE footage we've seen. Normally they outnumber people, and they don't take people on one-on-one. That's for sure. I actually saw a video this morning of a legit 50 ICE officers arresting 3 people. There it is. There it is. We saw the mayor say that, and we're like, 50? Come on. That's a bit of a stretch. You actually saw, did you count out 50 people? He definitely watched enough UFC to handle it with his superior martial arts skills. Yeah, they had to get out fucking shovels and brooms just to handle this motherfucker. And it was at that point that I realized I might actually have to get out my gun and shoot someone in the leg. Well, the car wasn't too much of a stretch, but now the domestic terrorists are arming themselves with brooms? Oh my God. You're not going to say impossible. Same as Shovel Guy being innocent. With crowds that big, you never know. There's usually a lot of them, but sometimes they are outnumbered. Yeah, fair enough. Like, if they're in the heat of a protest kind of thing. But like, we've seen all of the arrests. When they actually make an arrest, there's no protesters around. They make sure they all get out of the fucking way real fast. So like, once they actually go to apprehend someone, there's usually a few of them around, people securing the area, and people that are like, you know, gang tackling someone and making sure they don't hurt ICE agents. That's part of being responsible, I guess. I will attempt to find it. My jaw dropped. Literally a witch hunt. Maybe they were taught to fight by Andrew Tate. Hey, that imagery that you showed, the image of Andrew Tate hugging that guy's crutch. So good. You seen the video of the door dasher who ran into someone? Yes. To hide inside someone's house, and they wouldn't let the ICE agents in. Yeah, it's pretty scary. Yeah, and from the footage, it looked like they had the numbers there. Hard to believe he got singled out. Yeah, what's going on there? Like, every piece of footage we've seen is like people, like, you know, piling on one person to arrest them. And this guy's been singled out and has been jumped by 3 people. What the fuck is going on with this one? Yeah, ICE officers circling the house like, we know you're hiding them under the floorboards. Not impossible, but improbable. Yeah, it's unlikely given what we've seen, but not impossible. I'll give you that, 100%. Like, we just haven't seen anything yet. I wonder if there's any actually footage of this, though.
And her family.
All right, and we do know that Keith Ellison, our Attorney General, filed a lawsuit to try to kick ICE out of Minnesota.
Yeah.
Minnesota. Again, another quote. So you could tell that there was a lot of anger in his temperament as he was speaking to the people of Minnesota tonight, but still urging them to be calm, exercise your First Amendment right, but don't provoke the federal agents because it will only lead to more violence and more agents coming into Minnesota. Randy?
All right, Tim, thank you. That is helpful, especially
It's a literal
considering
witch
that
hunt.
the police chief and the Minneapolis
so
Mayor
good.
Jacob Fry will be
Dude, that a broom. It was clearly a witch about to cast spells on the agent. Totally a justified response. If a DoorDash driver runs and hides in my house, 1 star. Tell me that is a fucking GTA reference. I'm an amateur boxer, been a few cons and gay. I think I'm qualified to call Andrew Tate a bundle of sticks. Yes, there it is. Oh my god. I am allowed to say this. I understand. All right.
in that area of North 6th Street.
And it's been an uneasy time for people in the community, for law enforcement. This is just 1 week after the death of Renee Good at 34th and Portland in Minneapolis, at the scene of another
You guys can't see the
detention
chat.
or
Some of the chat
activity
comments are
involving ICE
hilarious.
agents, where Renee Good was then
No, you
shot
can't see it. Damn.
in her vehicle. And so all of that has been
Chat
playing
comments.
out, and people
Minnesota
have been
is
talking
a
about that
woke
on a national level.
hellhole.
And
Timmy
then
and Fry should be in
1 week
handcuffs.
later, we have this
The
scene
National
here
Guard are
tonight,
coming
which
next.
has escalated with big crowds at times and a lot of tear gas. And as Maury and Courtney have said, it'll
It's
calm down and then
me.
it'll kind of amp back up a little bit.
There's the witch and the broom.
Up a little bit.
There's the witch and the broom. Eh?
Diminishing. We just can't tell. It's dark in the perimeters of our cameras. We can tell when law enforcement begins to reinforce their perimeter lines, or when they back up and the crowd then
Dilemmas.
moves back into an area that
I think maybe people
that
need to
they've
stop
been moved
assuming
out
every
of.
ICE agent is a murderous brown shirt.
But again,
I'm
this
sure
is in
there are
North Minneapolis
some,
in that Hawthorne
but
neighborhood.
not all.
If you're trying to
fair
sort of
enough.
pinpoint where that, think of 25th and Lyndale. That's a pretty good.
But like
pretty good
this
indication of
HK,
where
this absolute HK, hardcore mother, took on 3 people by himself, single-handedly took on 3 people with weapons. With weapons. I haven't heard the call for domestic terrorists yet. Has someone found me the fucking DHS thing yet? I really want to find this comment. Oh yeah, did you see the line that ICE and Christy Nome is using now? One of ours. All of ours. Oh God. Eh? Makes sense. Man, I can't believe we're back here on this topic. Seriously. Didn't take long to that. My main argument with Chimichangas and then Han the Fixer, you didn't believe that defensive shots was an oxymoron, is the fact that firearms aren't meant to harm the thing you are shooting at. This is the main reason why I think Charlie Kirk, but cars kill people logic was so stupid. Cars are meant to go from A to B. They would be taken off the road pretty quickly if their main use was to run people over. No, all of yours. As in, take one of us and we'll take all of you. One of ours, all of yours. Oh, right, sorry. As in, take one of us and we'll take all of you. That's fucking crazy. But it's prob agree to disagree situation at this point. Hey.
again demands that.
I remember Buzz's story from Home Alone. The lone shovel wielder is actually a serial killer and he uses his salt barrel to melt the bodies. Yes. Yes. But like what happens when they come in threes then? You're completely fucked. No, 2 shovels and a broom. Apparently it's an old Nazi quote. One of ours, all of yours.
There too. We don't know if that's part of the scene because there are multiple pieces of where this played out, including an apartment. There was the foot chase on the street, and then nope, that's not. I mean, well, we're not sure why our crews are showing us this specifically right now, but we know that it's okay. They're just stopped for a moment, but it started with a traffic stop, and then that person hit a parked car. And then, according to DHS, fled on foot. Then the officer gave chase.
It feels like things are calming down. I mean, it's really hard for me to tell. There's a wider shot there. We haven't seen any of the chemical irritants deployed in the last few minutes. The crowd seems to be fairly stationary.
Like, what time is it over there? It must be like the middle of the night, right? What the fuck are people out at the moment? Why are they still arresting people at this time of night? I guess
but it does seem like
never
things
stopped,
have calmed down somewhat.
That big attack with a broom.
You can see the federal agent there talking to the crowd, presumably telling them
yeah,
to
but that
stay
logic
back.
is
Looks
based
like he's
on a gun
motioning with his
only being a
hand.
tool of harm. You
They
can
are right
shoot
there
without causing
in front of
harm.
them.
So
You can see.
self-defense
If we can't just
shot
listen in for just a
isn't an
moment.
oxymoron. By the strictest sense, but I see your point. By my estimation, at least 65 to 70% are murderous brown shirts. Ha! There you go. Oh, dilemmas. Come on. Don't you like that logic? Don't you like that logic? Like you were saying before, they're not all fucking murderous brown shirts, right? Hey? But like if you use the Borders logic, hey, at least 65 to 70% of them are all fucking murderous brown shirts, right? Hey? Come on. It just depends what side of the argument you're on. They're doing it at night because people are stopping them moving during the day now. Ah, that's what's going on. For an oxymoron is bittersweet. Jumbo shrimp. Libertarian socialist. Is that really an oxymoron though, Han? Defensive shut. Doesn't fit that definition. You're not just going to take the position now of chimichanga, Han, are you? And just fight over stuff for the sake of it. Come on. I was being facetious. Yeah, but like you can use the same fucking line, right? Hey? That's a great one. By my estimates, if I use the Borders methodology, we're looking at about 70% of ICE agents are murderous brown shirt thugs. So good. No, brown shirts were volunteers. These guys are paid. They're Gestapo. Noun. Oxymoron noun. A figure of speech in which apparently contradictory terms appear in conjunction. Faith, unfaithful. Kept him falsely true. The only defensive shot would be a warning shot in the air, and that's it. But agree to disagree. If you are harming someone in your defense, that isn't defense. Like nationalist socialists? Gotcha. Hey. Oh my god. Semantics. So good. I do like your point about the nationalist socialists, right? It doesn't really make sense if you understand what socialists are about. Like worldwide workers' solidarity. Nationalist socialist doesn't really make sense. Nationalist socialist is a socialist that likes nationalism. But like if you actually understand what socialism is, and like, again, it doesn't really make sense. But like Adolf.
in a matter of minutes as well, and we are keeping our Fox 9 eyes on all of this stuff for you tonight, as we are seeing it and witnessing it live as well.
Yeah. So that's anticipated to begin at any moment now, and we'll let you listen into that. Again, these interactions between the ICE agents and the public often do play out like this when they do arrive on scene and crowds form around them.
Oh, this is the ICE
we are seeing them come
slipping
face to
one.
face, and there is a lot of tension playing out across the metro between this enforcement action and the public. And we do know that there are 2,000 to 3,000 ICE agents who have been tasked with being in the metro and the Twin Cities for this enforcement action. Department of Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem hasn't said how long
Ice slips and falls on ice.
They say they have taken about 2,000 people into custody so far.
The definition of
the
shock
positioning on this from DHS's perspective and really the Trump administration's perspective is that we will continue to ramp up the operations in Minneapolis and Minnesota until we are finished. And what finished means, we don't know. We talked about that today in the newsroom. We don't really know what the number is that they intend to.
Now you're back, Han. It's good to have you back. Trolling for the sake of trolling. Who's this guy with the fucking in the white car? What's he doing?
Going away, that they will be here until they are finished.
So again, this is the Hawthorne neighborhood around North 24th Avenue and North 6th Street tonight. A good number of ICE agents still on scene at that perimeter line around the scene where all of this took place earlier this evening. We have State Patrol out there as well, and a lot of local law enforcement vehicles. We'll find out, hopefully from the police chief in a few moments, just what the role of every agency will be and what will happen in terms of an investigation.
With the Ninja Nurse. I want to put this here to cleanse the palate.
And condition update potentially as well, and whether or not in this investigation BCA would be part of that or not, and what will happen to this particular scene in this Minneapolis neighborhood in the hours to come tonight too.
And when we talk about condition updates, we do have a condition update from the city on the alleged illegal immigrant from Venezuela who was shot in the leg as a non-life-threatening injury. The federal agent was assaulted by 3 individuals. At least that is the position of the DHS when this went down. That agent is also in the hospital. We don't know the extent of that person's injuries. Was said to have been beaten with a snow shovel and a broom or broom handle. And so we are waiting for a condition report on that individual as well. But I think to Kelsey's point, what we expect.
They got bitch slapped by a broom handle. Oh no. I thought we just liberated Venezuela. Oh man. Seriously.
Worse rather than better. We will wait to see if that is
yes,
again,
please
the
never take
messaging
jury
that comes out of
duty.
City
So
Hall,
innocent
tonight.
old bastard will
And
get
we have
sent
our
to
camera
jail for
views
life
at the
because of
scene. We'll also continue to show you in one of the boxes that podium for the press conference because we're monitoring that closely at City Hall so that we can take it as soon as they're ready to speak. But we'll continue to just have these camera views up while we're
Pretty
waiting
much.
so that you can see the scene. Our sky.
Yeah, he gets pissed off, and there's someone with a camera right there, and he's like, "Fuck you! It's not funny. Stop filming you guys. Stop it. I'm gonna go tell such and such. I'm gonna go tell Kristi with a K Noem."
They'd had blocked off, and how many emergency vehicles are really lined up in that area, and just how narrow all the streets are, because we're talking about these neighborhood streets, and so it's a compact little area that they are around right now, with some neighbors saying that they wanted to get out of the area, a lot of onlookers, protesters, people who are trying to go face to face with the ICE agents.
I'm telling
the perimeter too.
I'm being told as we monitor social media from the newsroom as well that there are just a plethora of rumors rolling around on social media tonight, none of which have been from our perspective, confirmed.
Such a stripper name. It
We're
is.
hoping that
Christy with a K,
part of
ends
what
with
will
an I.
happen at this press briefing coming up, and there's some activity there in the top of our screen, will be to allay some of those rumors and get some facts out there so that people can wrap their heads around what did and did not happen here tonight in the Hawthorne neighborhood. Again, ironically speaking, this is 1 week to the day of when Renee Good was shot by a federal agent fatally.
Really? 1 week to the
This
day?
shooting does not appear at this point to be anything near that. It seems to be a person wounded in the leg, with a federal agent also assaulted and wounded from being beaten. Those are the details that we have, at least at this point.
And it does seem like we're in a period of calm, where the crowds aren't really moving a whole lot. So they are making way for some vehicles that are
Christy
coming in.
ends in a D and I.
You know,
What does that mean?
We have
I didn't get the
crews out there.
reference.
We'll only go to them when it's safe to talk with them, and they're in a good place. They've had to endure a lot of the tear gas, which gets into their lungs, makes it very difficult to talk, and they've had to keep moving so that they continue to be in a safe position.
And if you're trying to understand exactly, because we can't see it from the air,
Just like Tulsi, do not
the
invite.
agents are trying to protect a crime scene,
technically-
which is a relatively, as we understand it, small area. And by doing that, they keep pushing the crowd of people back away from that crime scene, which we presume is already, an investigation is already underway there. And in an effort to protect that crime scene, they have set up a perimeter with police barrier tape, and that's what they're trying to protect, really from 4 different sides.
I wish there was some
our
footage of
cameras
this
are
one.
set up in as many of those as we can muster. And the crowd is trying to get as close as they can to those crime scene tapes or police tapes. And that's been the back and forth now for going on 3 hours.
And there will be some questions about the investigation itself. Last week, there was an initial announcement that the FBI and BCA would be working together on an investigation into the death of Renee Good. But then the next day, we were told that the FBI would be working on this solely without the BCA. Our state officials have said they want the BCA involved for transparency. And so this is a question that we'll ask tonight, too. Who's handling the investigation? How will we get information about what happened? And, you know, to your point about rumors, it takes time to get information. It just does. But in the day and age of social media, all that time that we're all waiting to get accurate information, a lot of rumors
it's a really good
can
point, and I've heard a lot of people
circulate
raise that, but I haven't had a really good response to it. They know it is illegal. If it was legal, why ICE wouldn't be wearing masks? Yet why are they masked? Why are they so heavily masked? Like, it's a fucking problem. It's a problem. Like, these are the types, probably the types of people that would argue against some type of religious tradition where they mask people and they're worried about making sure everybody's identifiable, but at the same time they are covering their faces when they're undertaking these operations. I don't understand why it's so crucial for them to be masked all the time, apart from them just not wanting to be identified because they're worried about their actions and being held accountable for shit. They know that it's a bit tough out there. Rob a bank, wear a balaclava, same thing. Yeah. Interesting. Why? And why do they have to fucking mask themselves? What are they so worried about?
getting a number of people together, and we know that the mayor and the police chief will be speaking, but we don't know if there will be other local officials, state officials that will join in on this news conference as well, because State Patrol is on scene too, and we did hear from the governor in a state address earlier this evening. So
Interesting to watch that top right hand. There's a conversation going on between federal agents and those there, and the federal agents now appear to be leaving, backing up.
maybe we can take that camera by
Can
itself.
we take that one fold for a second, Lori? Yeah, thank you. That's it. So the perimeter has likely
It looks
been
freezing there.
lessened.
It looks fucking
Let's just
freezing.
listen in here for a second.
Fucking take me to Greenland.
A man yells a profanity.
Best we can to wash that out, but it's almost impossible these days.
There's the sign, guys, in the background.
Stay back! Back up! Back up! Everybody stay back! Ice out! You guys, that's ice out! Ice out! Ice out! Get the fuck out! Ice out! You cowards!
I want all ICE to make a joint statement that they are wrong about the mask and that they would be mandated for health reasons. Oh, wait.
Are giving an update on another ICE-involved shooting there in Minneapolis. Let's listen live.
On the limited amount that we know thus far, and then I will provide some comments thereafter. Chief.
Look at this buff officer. Who is this guy?
N-O'-H-A-R-A. I am the Minneapolis Police Chief. At 6:51 p.m., Minneapolis police received a 911 call reporting a shooting on the 600 block of 24 Avenue North. Preliminary information indicates that there was a struggle with a federal agent in front of the resident. During the struggle, the federal agent discharged his weapon, striking one adult male. The adult male then retreated inside of the residence, where he remained inside and refused to come out.
So he got shot.
Eventually, federal agents made entry into the residence, and the individual was brought to an ambulance where he has been transported to the hospital. Minneapolis police have secured the crime scene around the location, and the Minnesota Bureau of Criminal Apprehension, as well as the FBI, are on the scene processing the evidence. There's a crowd gathered in the area, and we have called for mutual aid from the Minnesota State Patrol and Hennepin County Sheriff. The crowd is engaging in unlawful acts. They have thrown fireworks at police officers, and at multiple times, gas has been deployed.
Defensive
Police
fireworks
are attempting
for
to
IS.
disperse
That's
this
for you.
unlawful assembly at this time. I urge anyone that is at the scene to leave immediately. This is already a very tense situation, and we do not need this to escalate any further. I have faith that the investigators are involved will follow every lead in this case and ensure it is completed to its logical conclusion.
So good. Defensive fireworks are coming to get you. Watch out.
There's still a lot that we don't know at this time, but what I can tell you for certain is that this is not sustainable. This is an impossible situation that our city is presently being put in. And at the same time, we are trying to find a way forward to keep people safe,
Color me
to protect
skeptical.
our neighbors,
It's-
to maintain order. And we're in a position
It's
right
a
now
weird
where
situation,
we
this
have
one, isn't it?
residents that are asking the very
Is that
limited number
Trudeau?
of police officers that we have to fight ICE agents on the street, to stand by their neighbors. We cannot be at a place right now in America where we have two governmental entities that are literally fighting one another. Why are we put in this position? We're put in this position because we have approximately 600 police officers in Minneapolis, far fewer that are able to work at any given time. And there are approximately 3,000 ICE agents in the area. 3,000. The 600 police officers that we have are charged on any given day with investigating crime, stopping homicides from taking place, preventing carjacking.
Maybe they get some of that sweet, sweet New York City Police Department budget, eh? That New York police budget, eh? Then they'd be all right. They could get a few more than 600 police officers. Come on.
This is not the path that we should be on right now in America. Thankfully, there's another path. And I want to talk to everybody who's out there, even people who aren't living in Minneapolis right now. Maybe you just put your kids to bed. Maybe you're cleaning up the dishes. I'm sure you love your family. There's no doubt in my mind that you love your town. Imagine if that city
What is he talking about?
or that town was suddenly invaded by thousands of federal agents that do not share the values that you hold dear. Imagine if your daily routines were disrupted. The local cafe that you eat at was shut down because they're scared that their own family might get torn apart. Imagine if schools shut down and suddenly parents got to figure out what to do for daycare. This is not creating safety. It's certainly not creating safety when a huge percentage of the shootings that have taken place so far this year.
Take them all. Hey, who the fuck is gonna stand around and fucking play Candy Crush? No way. Oh, is this what you're talking about? One of ours, all of yours. There it is. Ninja Nurse found it. Ninja Nurse found it. There it is.
In Minneapolis have been by ICE. So let's be very clear. I've seen conduct from ICE that is disgusting and is intolerable. If it were your city, it would be unacceptable there too. And for anyone that is taking the bait tonight, stop. That is not helpful. Go home.
Go home. You heard the man.
We cannot counter.
You heard the man. All right, we're gonna go home. We're gonna leave it. I've got a bail. But thank you everybody who's been hanging out today. If you're new here, like, subscribe, follow. You know the fucking drill. If you're watching this on YouTube, make sure you have hit the like button if you haven't already. I'm very disappointed, but there's still time. If you're watching this after the fact, thanks for hanging out. It's good to have you. You know how it is. We've covered some incredible fucking territory tonight. I didn't even realize we were going here, but that is the breaking news cycle. You got to keep us on our toes. 4IS, Ravy baby, look at you. You're becoming a regular. Muhammad, we had a good time with Muhammad, but he piped out, it looks like. Ninja Nurse ducking in and out. Spandonk was hanging out today. What was that guy's name? Chimichangas coming in. He's the pot stirrer of the day, I think. Chimichangas. Massive pot stirrer. 4IS. Who else we got here? Han the Fixer. Our usual pot stirrer. Getting outdone in his own job. Integer. It's good to have you. Dilemmas, hanging out, don't know what I'm doing, chilling. Voltateur, good to have you. KK, it's nice to have you too. Thanks everybody for your interactions. I'm sorry if I've missed you. I do apologize. I think Woozle was here right at the beginning of the stream, if I remember properly. But yeah, I hope I've gotten you all. If I haven't, I do apologize. But thanks for hanging out. Thanks for hanging out today. It's been an interesting stream. We will be back tomorrow. I can't believe it's Friday stream already. What the fuck? This week has gone fast. But yes, thank you for hanging out. And until next time, please remember, I am, you are, we are, there it is, a mystery. See you on the morrow.